Microphone is... Hello, hello. Could I grab your attention, please? The event is about to start in about a minute, so if you could all take a seat, please, that would be great. Thank you. So, can we make ourselves comfortable and take a seat, please? Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Smart City Exchange Forum 2026, discovering pathways to resilient cities. My name is Silver Tambur. I'm your moderator today, all day, and it's a pleasure to welcome you here today and also everyone joining us online. I heard a couple of hundred people are also watching us online. We're here to explore a subject of growing urgency and importance, urban resilience. Urban resilience is one of those phrases that sound abstract until the weather turns, the systems fail, or the Wi-Fi disappears. Cities today face mounting pressure from climate risks and infrastructure stress to digital vulnerabilities and increasingly complex emergencies. The question is no longer whether disruption will come, but how well we are prepared to respond, recover, and adapt. Throughout today's program, we'll hear from experts, practitioners, and policymakers on what urban resilience means in practice, how cities can strengthen coordination, protect critical systems, use digital tools wisely, and prepare for the decade ahead. But to begin with, we also have a question for the audience. If we can have the Slido. Right, and everyone can also join slido.com. Hashtag is SCEF26. So all capital letters, SCEF26. And we should have a question there. In one word, what defines a resilient city? So let's take about up to 30 seconds. And you can answer that. Okay. Green infrastructure, people-centric, prepared, strong communities, awareness, preparedness, adaptability, connections, efficiency to respond, caring, sustainability, governance design, community communication, ecosystem services, calmness. Right, and if you, okay, flexible, underwater, not sure about that. Adaptive, I think that was very robustness, strong. Right. Okay. Good, quite a few answers. Right, but it's now my pleasure to invite our opening speaker, Peeter Raudsepp, Mayor of Tallinn, to deliver the opening address. Peeter Raudsepp has been Mayor of Tallinn since December 2025. He is an experienced Estonian executive and politician whose career has spanned both the public and private sectors, including leadership roles in economic development, business, and public administration. Peeter Raudsepp, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear guests, city leaders and urban innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, and partners. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Tallinn and to open this year's Smart City Exchange Forum. The theme of today's forum, Resilient Cities, could not be more timely. As we look at what is happening in the world, one thing is very clear. Cities must be ready for anything and at any time. Ensuring continuity of services, the safety of residents, and the stability of systems is no longer a secondary responsibility. It's central to city leadership. Resilience is not optional. It is not theoretical, it's practical governance. Cyber threats are evolving. Geopolitical uncertainty has become a permanent feature of our environment. And cities are not on the front line of these risks. We are dense, interconnected systems. Transport, energy, water, digital services, emergency response, all are independent. When one system fails, others are affected. This makes resilience not only a technical issue, but a systemic one. For Tallinn, resilience begins with realism. We must acknowledge that we operate in a complex and unpredictable world. Preparedness requires decisions today, not after crisis. Resilience means that when disruption occurs, services continue. Hospitals function, schools remain open, public transport runs, digital services are accessible. Communication remains transparent. Tallinn has strengthened its crisis preparedness mechanism in recent years, including digital and physical contingency planning. We have reviewed how emergency communication works and how our systems operate under pressure. Preparedness is not about fear, it is about responsibility. Another thing, technology must serve people. Estonia is known as a digital society. Tallinn is at the center of many digital innovations, but digital ambitions comes with responsibility. Digital systems are now critical infrastructure. Cybersecurity and technological sovereignty are no longer niche concerns. They are fundamental. If digital identity systems fail, public services fail. If communication systems are compromised, trust in trust. If data integrity is questioned, governance itself is weakened. At the same time, resilience cannot be built by technology alone. Technology must be balanced with democratic responsibility. Citizens must understand how systems function. Communication must be timely and clear. Community engagement must be real, not just symbolic. In Tallinn, we see both the strengths and the vulnerabilities of highly digital city. Our challenge is to maintain openness and innovation while ensuring that systems remain secure, transparent, and trusted. We also recognize that resilience includes social resilience. Communities that trust local institutions respond better to crises. That trust is built long before an emergency happens. Taking all above into account, we must remember that national and international collaboration is very important. No city can build resilience alone. Research institutions, industry, municipalities, and national authorities must work together. The cooperation between Tallinn and TalTech and the work of Finest Center of the Smart Cities are strong examples of this. Resilience innovation requires experimentation, digital twins, smart infrastructure, predictable analytics. But these solutions must move from pilot projects to operational reality. International cooperation is equally important. Cities in Ukraine, Valencia, Oslo, London, and many others represented here today are facing different types of stress. By learning from one another, we accelerate our preparedness. Regional cooperation across the Baltic Sea region and within Europe strengthens our ability to respond collectively. Resilience is shared effort across sectors, across borders, and across disciplines. As we look ahead, the next decade will continue to test cities. Digital threats will become more sophisticated. Demographic changes will reshape service delivery. The crucial question is not whether disruption will occur. It is whether we are prepared. Preparedness requires investment. It requires institutional learning. It requires political courage to prioritize long-term stability over short-term visibility. Tallinn is committed to this path. I wish you a productive and inspiring forum. May your discussions lead to concrete steps that make our cities safer, stronger, and better prepared for the future. Thank you, and welcome to Tallinn.
Thank you very much indeed for those opening remarks, the Mayor of Tallinn, Peeter Raudsepp. We now move to our keynote on the broader meaning and structure of resilience in an urban context. Our next speaker is Esteban Leon, Head of City Resilience Global Program at UN Habitat. He has spent more than 2 decades working on shelter, housing, settlements, and urban resilience in both pre- and post-crisis contexts, with experience across Nairobi, Geneva, Panama, and Barcelona. Today, he will speak on anatomy of urban resilience. Please join me in welcoming Esteban Leon. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. I'm going to read a bit, but I prefer to talk as well because I'm a better talker than a reader. My name is Esteban Leon. I'm working for UN Habitat. UN Habitat is the UN agency for human settlements. So our mandate is cities, our mandate is housing, and our mandate is to make sure that the environment where most people live is safe. I will tell you a bit of the story of UN Habitat and the program and why we arrived to this point. But first, I want to thank you for the invitation. Thanks to the University of Technology of Tallinn, thanks to the city of Tallinn, and thanks to the mayor as well for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here. Estonia is a place where I've been sometimes, and I like it. I always like it, especially the outside part of Estonia. I drove many times towards Finland, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's a fantastic place, especially in winter. I like when you have lots of snow. Maybe it's because I'm Latin American. I'm from Bolivia. So please, if I talk too much, it's because I'm Latin American. So feel free to stop me. Yeah, so basically, UN Habitat, if you see, you have the UN is separated in some agencies that are developmental agencies and some that are humanitarian agencies. So UN Habitat is known as a developmental agency. We work in cities, we work in development, sustainable development, urban planning, urban development. At some point in 2003-04, we decided that we are going to start incursioning into humanitarian response. And the reason for that was because we wanted to start developmental from the very beginning of a crisis. So the idea was, okay, we go into a crisis situation, and that's the best moment to start building back better and building back safer, right? So that was a trajectory that we have done in 2004, and I don't know if you remember, maybe you are much younger than me, but in 2004 we have the tsunami. So we responded to the tsunami. Then we have the Pakistan earthquake, January 2005. And then like that, every year we have some new event. And because UN Habitat is a small agency with a huge mandate, I was lucky or unlucky, I don't know, enough to be one of the persons who was in all these disasters and crises, including conflicts. So that was a learning curve which was quite interesting because you learn a lot when you are in the field and you are working there and you see what happens and what happens to a city when you are in a crisis situation and how what's supposed to work is not working and what doesn't supposed to work works. So that's a crisis environment. We had an earthquake in Peru, 2008. We have the earthquake a conflict in Georgia, 2008 as well. We have an earthquake in Haiti, 2010, and like that. It was crazy. It was a moment where we were running from one place to the other and trying to recover. And if you think that, I mean, if I can tell you one lesson learned, is that you cannot run after disasters. It's useless. Because you are always late, right? By definition, you are always late. You arrive and you try to do something when it already happened. So that's the principle when we started with the program that I'm managing, the City Resilience Global Program. The whole conceptual framework was okay, let's switch, let's try to build resilient cities. Let's try to make sure that cities can confront whatever crisis happens. You know, in a kind of good luck situation, we have a discussion with the city of Barcelona, and the city of Barcelona said, yeah, we want to do that. We want to work with you on that. And that's the reason I'm based in Barcelona. And that's the reason why I was working very closely with the municipality of Barcelona, and we developed a methodology for diagnosing resilience status in cities. So based on some indicators, we can identify what is the resilience status of a city, and we can pass recommendations for how to improve that. When I was invited to this meeting, one thing called my attention, and that's why I thought, well, it's interesting, because they asked me to talk about the anatomy of urban resilience. And I was thinking, like, it's interesting because, in a way, that's what we have done as a program. We went deep into the systems, and into the systems of an urban system, right? I mean, system of systems. And we try to identify what are the triggers. And I can give you plenty of examples, and that's why I'm saying, I mean, you will have to cut me at some point. Because when you arrive to a city, for example, and you are responding to a crisis situation, if you don't see how to access the place, you will hardly respond effectively in some other areas. And when you impact one system, mobility, for example, it will impact other systems in the city. So it's the perfect example. So I got inspired by the name of the anatomy of an urban system, and I brought something that I will read you now, and I hope that you enjoy. What if cities were living organisms? What if they had bones, organs, circulatory systems, and even immune systems? Because in many ways they do. Today, humanity is an urban species. Most of us live in cities. Most of our economies depend on cities. And increasingly, most of our risks concentrate in cities. A bit more than a decade ago, the world crossed an invisible threshold. We became predominantly urban, and there is no going back. In the last 50 years, the global population has doubled, but the planet did not double with us. Land did not expand. And in many places is in fact shrinking, reshaping by climate change and rising seas. So the question is not whether cities will face shocks. They already are. The real question is this: what makes a city strong enough to endure, flexible enough to adapt, wise enough to transform? Today, I invite you to explore what I'll call the anatomy of resilience. And I'm stealing the title from you because I never talk about anatomy, but I always had that analogy. Because resilience is not an abstract concept, it's a living structure made of interconnected systems that determine whether a city survives crisis or is broken by it. Cities are not born resilient. Urban resilience is an ability of a city to anticipate, withstand, adapt to, and recover from shocks without losing its identity or compromising its future. But cities are not born resilient. They become resilient through choices, through design, through governance, through investment, through people. And it's funny because many of you put the same things in the screen just now, so I was enjoying that. In my work with cities around the world, I've seen floods becoming humanitarian disasters, not because of rain alone, but because of inequality. I've seen heat waves become deadly, not because of temperature alone, but because of poor urban design. And I've seen communities recover from devastation faster than anyone expected, because they were connected, organized, and empowered. Resilience is not just about surviving crisis, it's about learning from it and evolving. The anatomy of resilience, what in my model we call dimensions, is if a city were, this is an analogy that I like to use with my team. If a city were a body, what will make it healthy? Let's look beneath the surface. The skeleton, space. First, the skeleton, the spatial structure of the city, where we build, how neighborhoods connect, how land is distributed. From the smallest plot to the metropolitan region, spatial decisions shape vulnerability. A fragile skeleton makes the whole body unstable. A strong one creates balance and opportunity. The organs, infrastructure and environment. Second, the organs, infrastructure and ecosystems, water systems, energy networks, green spaces, drainage systems, mobility. These are not just technical features. They keep the city alive. When they fail, everything else suffers. When they are adaptive and sustainable, cities can continue functioning even under extreme stress. The heart, communities and economies. Thirdly, the heart, the social and economic fabric. Communities that trust each other recover faster. Cities that invest in inclusion and equity become stronger from within. Diversified local economies act like strong circulation systems, able to keep life moving even when global disruptions occur. Social cohesion is not a soft concept, it's a critical infrastructure of the city. The nervous system, governance and institutions. And finally, the neighbor systems, leadership, policies, decision-making structures, all is part of a city. Resilient governance is participatory, transparent and flexible. It senses risk earlier. It responds quickly and it learns continuously. Every organization, formal or informal, shapes how a city reacts to crisis. The nervous system determines whether the body freezes or adapts. Some lessons from the field. After a couple of decades working in cities across continents, I have learned a few things and strengthened for this anatomy. First, build flexibility into the body. Rigid systems break, adaptive systems evolve. I have plenty of examples of that, for example, during COVID. The cities that recovered faster were the cities that were flexible enough to switch and to change budgets. And instead of allocating budgets in something that was from the past, they just move on. Second, put people at the center. That's essential. Cities are not made of concrete. They are made of relationships. When citizens help shape decisions, resilience becomes real. Third, invest in prevention, education, environmental awareness, long-term thinking, because every action we take today becomes tomorrow's risk or tomorrow's protection. A living future. We often talk about resilience as a defensive shield, something we use when disaster strikes. But resilience is more than defensive. It's a vision, it's an approach in life. And perhaps most importantly, it's a vision for cities that are more humane, more just, more sustainable. It asks us to recognize that change is constant and that uncertainty is part of the urban future. I think it's important for us to start thinking in some of these parts. And perhaps more importantly, resilience teaches us that every crisis reveals the anatomy of a city, the strengths, the weaknesses, its potential for transformation. We can rebuild the same fragile structures, or we can redesign the body itself, stronger, more adaptive, more alive. The future of our cities will not be defined by shocks, by the shocks they face, but by how well we understand and strengthen their anatomy of resilience. And if we do that well, if we build our resilience and reduce our vulnerabilities, our future will not simply survive, it will thrive. I think that this message is something that I got for many years of working in cities, of seeing desperation, of seeing how things could change, but also of realizing that the city, and if we focus only on what we see in infrastructure, we are missing the heart of it, which is us, people. We have to be more humane, especially in these days where we see that the world is collapsing as principles are. And I do think that we have to, in this case, start strengthening our resilience system, because it's the only thing that can change. And when I say that, I mean we people, right? We are the only change that we can produce. So let's start working on building our own resilience as a human body. Thank you.
can stay here. By the way, you can also ask questions through Slido, but you can also ask questions here. One of my colleagues will come to you with a microphone, so just raise your hand. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A session. We've got a first question here. If you could introduce yourself as well, please, briefly, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm Eugene from Tallinn. Short one. So if possible, how to predict urban crisis accurately?
How to predict urban crisis accurately?
Accurately. Well, what we have done in the program is exactly, we try to do that, exactly that. We try to go into the urban systems. We went into, and this is not a desk work, right? I mean, we developed this program in a city, in Barcelona city. So we went into the city systems and we identified the different areas: mobility, critical infrastructure, social aspects, hospitals, communications. And we started identifying what are the areas that are most vulnerable. For example, I don't know if you are aware of Cape Town in South Africa. They ran out of water at some point. I mean, how is it possible that they didn't measure how much water they had, right? I mean, this is the key issue. I mean, you have some essential services or systems that you should be measuring always. The point is that in order to reduce risk, you have to know your risk. And that's the big failure that we have. I mean, we've been developing cities in a very unplanned manner. And of course, you know, the fact that in 2015 we passed from a predominantly urban world to a rural world, sorry, to an urban world without any kind of measuring it was a risk. We were populating risk. We were increasing vulnerabilities. So I do think that we have to go back a bit and start measuring how our system works. And that applies to many areas. I mean, now we are developing a program for tourism, sustainable and responsible tourism. And the idea is that, okay, we are suffering about tourism in some cities. I mean, Barcelona is one, Paris, London, New York. And the reality is that, as I was saying, you know, the population has doubled in some. I mean, if you check in 1950 or 1940, the population was 2 billion people in the world. Now we are 8 billion. So the population is increasing, but the size, the space is not. So it's like putting water into a glass. There is a point in which it will, you know, start flooding. And it's the same in cities. They have been developing, especially in developing countries, they have been growing so fast, and the capacities of the local authorities to manage that city has been, you know, overwhelmed. So I do think that now we have the chance to try to start identifying what are the areas where we can start working on and trying to change that pattern. We started in Barcelona with this program, then we tested, and thanks to the European Commission, that they gave us a grant for calibrating the methodology. So, and the funny part was that we decided, okay, let's calibrate the methodology, but we want to calibrate in different contexts. So we implemented in East Africa, Maputo, Mozambique, in West Africa, Dakar, Senegal, in Latin America, Asunción, Paraguay, in Vanuatu, an island in Asia Pacific. Then suddenly when we started calibrating the methodology and looking at these phases, some other cities came to us and said, we want to try. The city of Yakutsk in Siberia came to us and said, can we try your methodology? Yakutsk is the coldest city in the world. The city of Teresina in Brazil, the hottest city in the world, also came and said, can we test the methodology? So we started implementing and calibrating and calibrating and calibrating. And that's the only way that you can actually predict if your city will have a potential crisis, right? Now, of course, you have to identify, and if I tell you very quickly, you have 4 main pillars. One is you have to map your hazards, because there is no point in identifying tsunami in a landlocked country, right? So you have to identify your hazards. You have to map your actors, make sure that your actors, you know who is in the city and who can help and who can, you know, be active, because everybody can help on this. And then you go into the systems. You identify what are the systems that could fail in case of a crisis. And then based on that, you can pass a diagnosis and say, okay, look, in your city, you have a potential earthquake, you have a lack, or you have a concentration of demography of people in one neighborhood only, and the building construction materials are not adequate for earthquake or seismic events, and therefore you will have 70,000 displaced population in case of an earthquake. And how are you going to accommodate this population? So then you have to start mapping. The interesting part is we did that exercise in a city called Tijuana in Mexico. And when we were doing that exercise of identifying the neighborhoods, I was talking with the mayor and I was showing him the map. And I was saying, look, these green areas are areas that are fine, you are not going to have problems. But these red areas are areas where if you have an earthquake, I don't know if you know, but Tijuana is earthquake prone area. So we did a simulation. If you have an epicenter of an earthquake in this place, your population will be impacted and you will have 30,000 people without housing. If you have another earthquake, you know, in this other epicenter, you will have 70,000 people homeless. So what are you going to do? And there are so good anecdotes here, because the mayor said to me, okay, that's great, right? But how can I transform this red into green? And that was the first thing, right? Because it was like, okay, now we are talking. Now we are thinking in improving, now we are thinking in building resilience. So you have to change construction patterns, you have to enforce building codes and regulations, because all countries have building codes and regulations, but most of them don't enforce them. And then you are active on that. But that was also, the second question he asked was a bit of a shock for me, because after all that, and we were having dinner, and it was a very nice moment, he said to me, it's great, now we have a potential response for earthquakes. But then he says to me, but my main problem is not earthquakes, you know, it could happen, but my main problem is criminality. And then I felt really stupid, right? Because I was thinking like, okay, we have a plan for this, but you know, your program. And he said, yeah, we have waves of criminal action and all that. And that's when I decided that the program has to be a multi-hazard program. There is no point in preparing for only one hazard, because you are wasting resources, right? And that applies about climate change as well. I mean, I don't deny climate change. Please don't take me wrong. I'm not a crazy person that thinks that is not happening. But if we are going to invest in adaptation and mitigation for climate change, let's also invest on some other potential challenges. Because when you go to developing countries and you talk to mayors in developing countries, they tell you, my main problem is not that the weather is changing. My main problem is how to make sure that my population is not starving and they have jobs. So investing in only one potential or hazard is not cost effective. And that's the principle of the program. So it's a multi-hazard approach, a multi-sectoral, because you cannot focus on only one sector. The city has different components, and it's a multi-actor approach, because everybody has a role. Private sector has a role as well, not only local and national governments. And it's a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholders approach that considers urban systems and the dynamics of urban systems. That's the main principle of the program.
Sorry, Esteban, we have quite a few questions.
Sorry.
We have not much. Sorry, I can talk long. There's a very practical question about exchange of information. How can the exemplary cities in the field of smart cities partake in mutual information exchange in order to make cities around the world more resilient? Also, on the same token, what is the scope of your program and how other cities could participate? So I guess it's about sharing the experience.
I think that, I mean, on the sharing and information exchange, we created a program, what's called Sister Cities, right? Mm. Because what we realize is that many of the challenges that city confronts don't depend on the national borders. You know, you have some cities that have more similarities with cities in another country than the same country. So that's why it has to be very contextualized. And that's the reason why we started working on, for example, Arctic cities. because they have similarities that are very specific to Arctic cities. Permafrost, soil and the building construction materials and all that. So don't think national, and it's funny coming from the United Nations stuff, but don't think national, think local. Because your city will accommodate most likely to other cities that have confront the same challenges and have the same kind of context. You do have some, for example, the Making Cities Resilience 2030 is one mechanism that is working well on trying to disseminate the information and exchange of knowledge. So, I mean, you have platforms for that. You can see, I will pass you probably, I don't know how, but the website of the program. So you can see reports from the cities. So you will read there the report from the city of Asunción or the report from the city of Yakutsk, or and you will see that more or less the entry door is the same, but then it contextualizes to the city, because we do believe that each city is like a fingerprint, right? Different. We do have systems that are similar, especially services. We all need water, we all need electricity, we all do mobility. But at the same time, you have other contexts, other specificities. For the program, I mean, what was interesting was that we initiated the program with a grant. First, funding from the Barcelona City Council, then funding from the regional government of Catalonia, then the European Commission put good funding for the calibration of the methodology, and then cities themselves came to us and said, we are willing to pay for having the diagnostic happen. Like Yakutsk, like Teresina, like San Jose in Costa Rica. And what I think is, the positive part, I will say, of having a diagnostic is that you can take informed decisions. You are based on a report that is telling you what are the main problems that your city may have. So you are not inventing. And it's also an instrument of accountability, right? Because if a mayor of a city has a report that says that you have to work on your water system, and in 2 years you run out of water, well, you made a huge mistake, right? You cannot say that you didn't know.
Sorry.
And it happened in many cases.
Okay, we take a public question at the back there.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much. I'm Alessandro from the Lisbon Council. That is a non-profit and non-partisan think tank in Brussels, so not the city. Thank you so much for the keynote. It resonated on many levels, both personal and work-related. I've been living here for 4 years, so the social cohesion as a critical infrastructure is right on point and matches my personal experience. And about that, I wanted to ask you, in your experience and also maybe in practical projects, what's the role of cultural infrastructure, both like formal, like libraries, museum, and so on, and informal, like grassroots music venues or cultural spaces in preparing for resilience and in social cohesion?
Well, I mean, it's fundamental, right? I mean, it's when you go to that, you are going to the soul of humanity. I mean, who lives without art? Who lives without education, right? I mean, it's or history. And you're right. In some of the cases, is the first thing that collapse, and we are not taking enough care, and it's because it's expensive. Because when we analyze that and you want to build some resilience into all the historic buildings, it's very expensive if you want to do it properly. But I think that it's an investment that it has to be done. You cannot forget your past. You cannot forget your history. That's key. And we are putting a strong emphasis, especially with the UN agency for what's the name? Working on I forgot the agency. Hey, UNESCO. Thank you. Sorry, it's not because I didn't do it on purpose. It's not, it's not that I'm working for UN Habitat and I forget UNESCO. No, it's one of the mandates of UNESCO, right? And we've been discussing this. How do we make sure that UNESCO also participates in this part? And that's the beauty, going back to the UN sister agencies. the UN was born with different specialized agencies, FAO for agriculture, UNDP for development, UNICEF for kids, UNESCO for historical. So I do think that we have to go back and try to make sure that we involve them, that we work with them. And this is probably coming because for the UN, we are receiving a big hit now these days. I mean, we lost a lot of credibility. And it's funny because if you think, and it happened to me many times that they ask me or they tell me, oh, UN is useless. And sometimes I do think that it's useless. But the reality is that if you think, the UN is like any organization that has stakeholders. And the stakeholders are nations. So we have to work towards what the nations, the stakeholders of the organization, mandate, right? I mean, and that's the problem. So if you think that the UN is not working well, it might be because our nations are not working well, or our governments are not working well, and we are just a reflect of that. And I think that that's important to realize, because it's not an entity that is completely abstract and has a mandate that is going to continue. We always have to ask member states, how do we react to different things? So we are, in a way, managers of the will of governments. So next elections, make sure that you elect good governments, right?
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time for any more questions, but I know the gentleman here, maybe you can ask directly from Esteban. Gentleman over there wanted to ask you during the lunch break. Sorry, just time is up. But thank you very much indeed, Esteban.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we turn from a broader framework to a more operational perspective. What happens when climate pressure and critical infrastructure risks collide? Our next speaker is Dr. Peter Vihma, a researcher at Tallinn University of Technology and also a visiting professor at the University of Vilnius. With a background spanning sociology, documentary filmmaking, and community activism, he brings a strongly human perspective to resilience and sustainability. He will speak on when tech meets trouble, climate resilience and critical infrastructure. Peter, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. Yes, my scientific interest is in leadership, relationships, decision-making. So my angle on this issue is on the urban governance. And I have posed this question, how to brace urban governance for this kind of climate crisis that we have already happening. Building on a lot of things that Esteban said, many topics really resonate here, and yeah, maybe on an operational level, because what I'm going to talk about is based on a series of experiments that we did in Finland. I was involved in the team that were centered in Helsinki, but we had other teams working in Kotka and in Tampere. Took several years, and hopefully through these experiments, I'm able to provide one answer to this question, how to prepare. So, but to start with, do you know what this is? Probably most of you do. This is the dashboard of Tallinn. It combines a lot of information, real-time data, and if I'm not mistaken, in terms of strategic planning, it is used for only one thing, to look at where to put kindergartens. So it is underused in terms of strategic planning. And we know that despite of this knowledge and this data that we have, we are still on that kind of, well, somewhere there, 3-degree warming is going to happen. So the crisis that Esteban was talking about, that we are talking about, that we have to be resilient against, they are in many ways our own doing. And we are still doing strategic planning that is either totally oblivious to this fact or very optimistic of our capabilities of dealing with this. At the same time, though, we are now living in this time that many of us call polycrisis, right? So, from empirical experience, since many years already, we have seen them all. As I said, most of them are own doing, but nevertheless, this is the World Economic Forum's mapping of the crisis, the interlapping risks and crises that are ready to attack us. And polycrisis means that there are 3 or more crises. And we see that this is becoming the new normal, that we don't have a stable situation, then a crisis happens, then we do something, and then we restore the old situation, the status quo. But nevertheless, this kind of crisis situation over the years has become really on the picture. And if we see where the funding goes, what we talk about in smart city forums, this is about risk management and how to deal with this kind of different types of crises. And the increase, what I'd like to call, or what we called in our program, sandbag mentality. Sandbag mentality is this kind of way, that whatever happens, we'll just put more sandbags, and then we wait until it's over. And this might not be the case, right? But when we come back to the governance question, then why is it so that we have on one hand this kind of a sandbag, preparedness, operational risk thinking, and on the other hand this kind of strategic long-term planning, and they are not interacting with each other? So we found very clear 4 challenges that this kind of governance, why this is so. Well, obvious is that we have the separation of these 2 ways of thinking. And it is quite clear that it made sense when the crises were sparse, when they didn't happen very often. But now, as we are in this kind of overlapping crisis, we have this kind of a very long-term crisis going on that is really hard to predict, and at the same time it kind of erupts in different ways. It doesn't make sense anymore, like this kind of 2 ways of thinking. And when we talk about this kind of a climate crisis or long-term crisis, then you know how it goes. It is very hard to detect what is going on, what is going to happen. You know the phrase, boiling the frog, right? How to boil a frog. Well, you boil the frog to turn on the heat just so little that it doesn't jump out of the kettle, right? That's what's happening right now. The signs of climate change is, well, are they there? I don't know. It was really cold this winter. And that leads to the very widespread problem in many fields that we have just a very strict division of labor. We have the department that deals with sandbags, and then we have another department that deals with strategy, right? This is so in Tallinn, but in many cities all over the world. And that means that we're actually creating boundaries between those who can speak about different kinds of data, different kinds of knowledge, different kinds of input to the system. And it's very hard to get this input to the table at the same time. You might have earthquake experts, but do the earthquake experts really talk to the crime experts, if you come back to the Esteban Stihana example? So in our experience, we were starting to think then, is there a way to overcome this? Do we find actually governance models? Can we think about governance models that can help us in bringing these 2 sides, the strategic planning and this operational planning, back together? And when we were looking for answers, we discovered that, well, there actually is already a type of governance for this. And it is called high reliability governance or high reliability management. And I think that we're kind of all aware of this. This is the type of management and governance that is exercised in critical infrastructure. So we have nuclear power plants, electricity grids, water systems, or even aircraft carriers, airborne, all that is happening in the flight tower. This is all organized on the principles of high reliability management. And this is exactly what they are doing. These kind of problems are what they are directly addressing in this kind of framework. And how do they do it? Well, there are 5 principles. First, these kind of infrastructures are the ones that where failure is non-option. It is non-negotiable. So if we're talking about urban resilience, then it's like, oh, well, we get a little bit of flooding. We'll live with that. Maybe 30,000 people will lose homes. Well, what you gonna do? But when we think about nuclear accidents or aircraft carrier sinking, well, we don't really calculate the risk. It must never happen. Never, because the cost is just too high. It is basically incalculable. So, therefore, this kind of a motivation drives the whole management logic. You don't simplify, you don't look for easy answers. If there are weak signals, we want to know where the weak signals are. Therefore, this type of management is very sensitive to operational input. What's going on right now? How the machine's working? If you know why the 3 Mile accident happened in the United States, one of the most scariest nuclear accident happened. Why it happened? Because one valve that was reading the temperature or pressure of one pipe was malfunctioning. They had just one input signals that they didn't pay attention to that led to a catastrophe, or at least near catastrophe. And so the whole idea is that you need to have this kind of a real-time operational expertise of those who take care of the small, everyday details of our lives or the lives of these systems. Grid operators, engineers in the machine room, those who think about weather patterns, all these kind of different types of expertise, they all come together, and in a material form, in these pictures you see how it happens. This is the operations room. This is the way this kind of information comes together. And there, as I said, the operational attention is big. Then these people there, they don't care so much about the hierarchies. Someone is a director, someone is an engineer. Well, if the engineer has key information about what is going to happen in the future to this system, it must be accounted for right now, right away. So, obvious solution that we did in Helsinki and other cities was that, well, let's take the operations room and put it in the urban context. And so what we created was a policy operations room. Looks really boring, doesn't it? Right, it does. There's just a bunch of people around sitting and talking about the city resilience. But what we did was that we really tried to think about how to bring this information that we have in the high reliability management and in the cities, how to bring that into the operations room. And so what we did is we created an artificial dashboard because we wanted to test the strategic planning of the city in terms of future events, right? So in our team, we had the Finnish Meteorological Institute who created a synthetic weather event. Synthetic weather event, they patented it, it's now a term, they published on it. Synthetic weather event is that you take a catastrophic weather that has already happened and you put it in a new location. In our case, we took the 2011 Copenhagen rainfall, major rainfall. It has its own Wikipedia page, hundreds of millions in damage. And we put it in Helsinki. And then, because we are dealing with a polycrisis, not just one event, we were describing in this dashboard a series of events, a series of the future situation where this kind of crisis just overlap. So we had a heat wave all summer long in the year, I think in our narrative 2030. A heat wave all summer long. Then we had this rainfall, forest fires. Of course, if you have a heat wave, all the fires in Russia are burning and the wind carries it to Helsinki, so the Vantaa airport has to shut down and so on. And and then the catastrophic storm rain happens, and this is what it looked like. It's just a small part of what we showed to the decision makers. This is what the central Helsinki looks like after the rainfall. If you've been to Helsinki, it's sort of a bowl. It fills up. The sewer there is built in 1800 something. It doesn't. But what happens there? Metro lines passing through Helsinki, right? So a lot of flooding. And this is what it will look like in our animation. Because what we realized is that it doesn't matter, it is not enough if you just show these dots or graphs on the dashboard, because people have not been used to reading them, especially if you take experts from different fields. You have GIS people, they look at the map, it's like, oh, it's terrible. And then the other one who's never seen a map or doesn't care about it says like, what? What are you talking about? So we had to create an emotional, easily understandable, and emotionally cognitive information onto this. So to make it really emotionally catchy, we did a third layer. We created a fake news reel, which shows that after this kind of a polar crisis have hit, this become a new normal. This is how it is going to be talked about in the news. Because what politicians care about? Yeah, they might care about crime. They might care about earthquakes, but what they really care about is getting back into the office. So what happens to real people? How do they read the situation? How is it conveyed in the media? I'm not going to show the video, unfortunately, because I think we infringe some copyright rules. But these are the ones that I can show you. So it was a couple of minute long newsreel fake thing. We used actors to play people who are affected by this kind of a polar crisis. And so after we showed them this, we showed them what we call a strategic threat architecture. Because we are not interested so much in this sandbag thing, but what we're interested is how the strategies of Helsinki City respond or react to this crisis situation. And all of them individually taken might be really good. You know, we're doing responsible financing. We are doing sustainable transport. But if we put that under the stress test of this polar crisis, then we wanted to show the conflicts, the discrepancies between these different strategies, to really push the decision makers to think that when they are doing strategic planning in the condition of overlapping crisis, do you need to modify the city-urban strategies or the urban strategies? And I like to think that we succeeded. Because we did, of course, post-pre interviews, we analyzed how the policy operations room took place, and we really saw that the narrative in the discussions was changing. So in the first meeting, we allowed experts to propose what should be done with this flooding. They proposed that we would have either some kind of a distributed nature-based quick solution, but then we need to do this kind of long-term investments, but the new sewer costs 1 billion. So, and you need to dig up whole central Helsinki. But then after discussions, the decision makers understood that, well, we can do a little bit of that, and we need to do this kind of adaptive monitoring of the situation, do small steps that don't overwhelm them, think strategically about how to prepare for this kind of future situation. Right. So we saw that because the city civil servants were involved, it was normatively integrated. Because we had discussions between the experts who are usually silent when politicians talk, the high-level civil servants and the political leaders, they were really talking to each other. And we saw that it was really important to create this contagion, that it was really happen. You know, in psychology, the term is contagion when you think that there is a tiger outside the room, and then your hair turns up on your back of the neck. This is contagion. It's imaginary, but it makes you act. This is what we wanted to create, a contagion of the future crisis. So I had a question in the beginning, how to brace urban governance for climate crisis, and I think that the answer is that you need to do this kind of exercises all the time, at least once a year, to stress test the strategic plans of the city. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We also take Slido questions again. So, yeah, there's one question for you here. I guess it was for you. Why do local governments do not integrate data in decision-making? An example with Tallinn dashboard and kindergartens. I'm not quite sure what is meant about dashboard. I guess it might be the city page, I guess, or?
Well, usually people are very proud in saying that we are doing data-based planning and strategies. Well, quite easy answer is that besides data, we have other kinds of data as well. We have emotional, political, other types of strategic reasons that people are reluctant to do it. But from my perspective, this kind of governance perspective is that, well, we're not living in an age where there is too little data. We are living in an age where there is too much data. We don't know how to integrate it. We have experts in different fields. They're talking different language. How to make sense of it. In every field, we have economists speaking one language, sociologists, transport planners, ecologists. They are how to integrate all this knowledge into actionable, how to integrate this data into actionable knowledge. Maybe that's the right way of putting it. Maybe that is one way of answering this.
Okay, also another practical question here. Have you done such tests for Tallinn or Tartu as well?
I would love to.
But what's
I have talked about this to the strategy office of Tallinn, and they were positive. I haven't talked to Tartu specifically about this, but we did a small scale, or I did a small scale intervention in. Oops, did I press something? No. Okay. Did a small scale similar project in the municipalities of Harju County. So Harjumaa Omavalitsuste Liit, in rural areas or sort of rural municipalities. And it was, we didn't have that much money. We didn't have the money to hire actors to do the fake newsreel. But the other principles to make experts talk to each other, to imagine what is the worst case scenario and try to bring this to the table, that really provided very interesting insights. For example, if you're in a rural municipality in Estonia, what turned out that one of, just an example of what can happen, is that when the climate change happens, right? It's not that it is extreme cold or extreme warm, or even that the forests catch fire. That's kind of old news, right? But one of the things that they really were worried about is that the temperature that hovers around 0 degrees. It freezes at night and it thaws during the day. This is what we have had in Estonia for the last 5 years, I guess. This was exceptional winter. And why is it important? Is that, well, in Estonia, the studded tires for heavy vehicles is not mandatory. Yeah? So if you have fire trucks, garbage trucks, school buses, you have constant ice for four months in a row. That really messes up your transport. It really messes up your ability to react to urgent crisis, or even just to function as a city. And it is really expensive to buy these studded tires for the buses, for all of them, make it mandatory. So to think about maybe we should have just one spare set for to change quickly if we have something, or something similar, at least to bring this kind of a quite separate knowledge, separate domain. How do we get people to school if this kind of a climate crisis goes on? So I think that the municipalities were ready to think about these kind of things and to see that it has value for them. And I hope that this word kind of distributes and we'll have more of those experiments.
We can take also from the public. Yeah, gentleman over there.
Thank you. If you would be the next mayor of Tallinn, so how would you would like to be re-elected?
Peter was a candidate, not a mayor's candidate, but in the local elections.
Question follows.
Yes, sir.
And you would like to be re-elected?
Yes.
So how would you provide great urban governance in Tallinn in long-term perspective?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that two ways of answering this. First is that if people see that crises are systemically addressed in this long-term way, that it is not just that, oh, we have a crisis, we never thought about it, and if their lives are not significantly changed, or at least there is some kind of response to that, it helps to give legitimacy to this kind of planning, right? This is one way. But the other thing that I think we kind of learned when we did this is that, and this is a critique of our own work, we really didn't involve communities as much as we could have. We had experts, many types of experts, but I think that a way of improving legitimacy and getting re-elected is to bring these kind of decisions to local level, as Esteban was saying. Really not think about the city as a whole, but think about concrete communities. How do they live? How do they react? What is the problem that they see? How different types of crises, long-term crises, how it affects them. I mean, if we have gas prices, I mean, I'm just making up this right now, but if we have gas prices that are going up and people struggle buying gas to commute every day, and it is winter, well, maybe you think about putting studded tires on your bike, as I do. I hope this does the trick.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Again, there are more questions than we have time to answer for, but if you're staying here, maybe people can chat with you over the lunch. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And we now continue at the same theme from another angle. Please welcome Kristen Kaida, Head of Strategy, Prevention and Community Resilience at the Greater London Authority. Her work focuses on embedding resilience across policy and programs in London, with a particular emphasis on people, communities, equity and the social justice dimensions of crisis planning. Kristen, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So I'm from London. Yeah, my job title is way too long, and I'm here to talk a little bit about data and how we use data to improve resilience, climate resilience and other resilience in London, but I have so many thoughts and feelings about some of the conversation that we've already had in terms of things like social cohesion and public and culture spaces and things like that. So hopefully we can get into a bit of that at some point. But yeah, I thought I'd start out by just saying a little bit about the context of where we are in London. For what it's worth, I agree with Peter that there is too much data, but we do think about how we use that. And of course, data can never be really an end in itself. It needs to be a means to an end, but we can talk a little bit about that more. I'll just talk a little bit about where we are in London. So obviously we in London produce about 25% of the country's economy. There are 9 million Londoners who speak more than 300 languages. And all of these things that you see here, we have a major river and a lot of tidal flood risk. And I think these kinds of things, these characteristics of London are potentially things that are putting us at risk, the things that are potentially in danger if we have climate or other types of impacts. But these are also the assets that make our city more resilient if we think about them that way. And when we think about the risks to London, I just wanted to point out that, in terms of climate change, we see flood, heat, and drought as our major risks. These are the things that are becoming more frequent, more severe, more likely. Over here, this diagram here, you see the London Risk Register. This is based on our national risk register that we then put in front of lots of different experts within London, and we come up with an idea of what we need to prepare London for. And it includes things like, disruption of our telecom systems or our power supplies. It includes things like floods and heat waves and droughts. But over here on the left is what we call kind of more of our chronic risks. This is the stuff that is making those risks over on the right-hand side more frequent and severe. And these are the things that my team is mostly concerned about. We're thinking about how do we do kind of the prevention of these things? How do we think about risks in a more upstream way? So to manage these acute risks, these shocks that we might see, it's really about emergency planning. It's about how do we anticipate what potentially could happen, how do we prepare for it, and try to come up with the protocols to respond to it. But the risks, the sort of chronic risks that we deal with, these are more about how do we embed resilience across different program and policy areas. These are about how do we understand how we are, through our different strategies and programs and plans, we're actually creating risk, and how we can kind of deconflict that, but also how they are delivering resilience, how those kinds of strategies and policies and plans and all those kinds of things are actually delivering resilience, and how do we acknowledge that and understand it. So it's a slightly different way of managing risk, but all in all, it's for resilience purposes. I should just say the London Resilience Unit, which is where I sit, is part of the Greater London Authority. And I think the London Resilience Unit has only existed for about 1.5 years now, and it is the first time in London where we've actually brought together those two functions of resilience. That is the kind of emergency planning function that deals with our acute risks, and the kind of prevention, the disaster risk reduction bit that I lead on. So yeah, we are responsible for preparing, responding, and recovering. We do that coordination across a partnership of 200 organizations that are from public, private, and voluntary sector, in trying to deal with emergencies in London and prepare and create the frameworks and the protocols for responding to risk, and also thinking about that kind of what is a resilient city, and thinking about how we manage those chronic risks. And yeah, where we sit, so we're, the Greater London Authority is the Mayor of London and the London Assembly, which scrutinizes the mayor's policies. And we also have 33 local authorities in London. And every city is a little bit different, but I think from a strategic authority perspective, compared to a lot of cities like, say, New York or Paris, we don't have, as a strategic authority, an amazing amount of power. We have a lot of power invested at the borough level, but we do set kind of the strategic policy framework for a lot of the work that those boroughs do. And also, as someone previously mentioned, risk does not stop at the border of a borough or a city. And so there does need to be some work to kind of convene boroughs, convene officers, and get people talking to each other around this risk. So we have that power to do some convening, some persuading, and that's where we sit in relation to all of that. So to talk a little bit about data. London is an incredibly data-rich city, and yeah, I think it's true, there's a lot of data out there, and maybe too much of it. We do work with a lot of partners, and I work with other cities in the UK and elsewhere who say, gosh, we really don't have all of that data that we need. But yeah, in London, we've got what's called the London Data Store. You can Google it. It is free and openly accessible. It's a data sharing platform that we can produce. We have great partnerships with lots of different organizations, universities and research institutes in London that provide information about just about anything you might want to know in terms of London. So you can see these bits here. And if you think about the fact that we have information about the economy, about housing and communities and so forth, it's just about how we use that information to build resilience, because these are not sort of specific, these are not necessarily like dashboards that say, well, how is our city? These are things that we need to think about in terms of, well, how did they actually work toward building resilience? So I wanted to give a couple of examples about some of our priorities in London and how we're using data to think about those and to meet those and to help deliver those. First of all is our surface water flood risk. So we're susceptible to 5 different kinds of flood risk in London. Surface water flooding, meaning like flooding from extreme convective rainfall, is one of them. It's the major one for us. And these 3 maps here, the left one shows sort of today's flood risk. It's a hydrological map that just shows areas of the city that are potentially, at lower elevation or where water may potentially pool during rainfall. The second map is that same information, but with a climate change overlay to think about how that might change into the future. And the third map is really about approaches to dealing with the problem. So in areas where we're taking a catchment approach, just looking at where water potentially collects and thinking about that in a geographical way, what solutions might be better. So in some areas, that's about potentially capturing the water, and in some places that might be defending against it and providing some sort of infrastructure solutions. Recognizing that water doesn't always travel in predictable ways. But this is the kind of thing that helps us to inform our surface water strategy and work out where we should be putting in interventions like green infrastructure and things like that. We also have a London building stock model. So heat is a major issue for us, and I'll talk about that in a second. But this is effectively, we worked with University College London to produce this building stock model, which shows every building in London, commercial and residential property, and it gives us information about energy performance, heating systems, the building fabric, and so forth. And the whole purpose of this originally was to think about carbon reduction and to think about how we could improve energy efficiency and improve energy use in the city and make buildings that are more user-friendly. So we were thinking about, how do we help businesses to target energy efficiency programs? How do we support action on fuel poverty, which is one of our big priorities? But we're also looking at this now in terms of heat risk. We can understand how those buildings are oriented. We can understand, we can overlay that on things like, well, where is social housing potentially? Where are there care homes potentially that fit into this model? We can start to understand where more of the vulnerability is. Where do we need to prioritize our interventions? Not just around energy efficiency, but also thinking about how we manage heat, which is becoming an increasingly difficult issue for us in London. We also have a green infrastructure framework, and so this is recognizing that green infrastructure, or nature-based solutions, as we're calling it a lot of the time, is probably a preferred method of trying to deal with some of the risks that we see from climate change. It can provide cooling, it can provide shading, and so forth. And effectively what this map does is understand that there are a whole bunch of different potential use cases for green infrastructure, whether that's improved access to green space or to blue space or to providing people with better access to amenities. This map considers about 10 different kinds of objectives and then sets out where in London there might be the best use case for green infrastructure and the type of green infrastructure, whether that's a rain garden or whether it's tree planting or what have you. It's about using green infrastructure in the best way to address the problems that you're actually trying to address in your area. We also have a lot of data around infrastructure and trying to map infrastructure. And the reason this is an issue for us is because there are constantly building works going on. We have aging infrastructure in London. We have a lot of street works going on. We have a lot of development happening. And our infrastructure coordination hub was really built so that we could try to coordinate that a bit better, try to understand where people are trying to incorporate infrastructure, where we're trying to do maintenance of infrastructure. And this helps us, and we've got a whole toolbox of information that helps us to understand how we're delivering infrastructure, where we're trying to maintain it, and try to coordinate that a little bit better. So, for example, we don't have so much disruption in terms of streetworks and things like that. This is data that's been provided by partners under agreements so that we can keep whatever data needs private. And this helps us with current and future infrastructure planning. And just to say a couple of the tools that are in this toolbox. So there's a heat map that is helping us to identify opportunities for decentralized energy, which helps us to reduce our reliance on centralized systems and improve resilience that way. And there's also an infrastructure mapping application, Explorer tool, which helps us to look at future works and planned growth and so forth. We've been using this in resilience, kind of thinking about the resilience of places and minimizing disruption, but also thinking about when you're going to, effectively saying, if different infrastructure providers are going to be digging up the roads, well, maybe you just dig up the road once and get everybody in there rather than, digging it up many, many times. But what we've also been using this for is to, once we've dug up the road, potentially reinstate that road with green infrastructure or some sort of a better solution that's more porous to try to help prevent surface water flooding, for example. Finally, I just wanted to mention our climate risk maps. And this is where we try to recognize that risk is not just about the stuff that falls from the sky. If we're talking about climate risk, it's not just about the rainfall or the temperature outside or what have you. This is also about understanding who's particularly vulnerable. And so this map sets out climate exposure, which we've identified as heat risk and surface water flood risk, but it also maps that over indicators of social vulnerability. So that's deprivation, that's age, that is lack of proficiency in English, for example. And this helps to, helps us to think more geographically about where there are particular areas of at risk in London. And of course, we find that climate exposure overlaps with areas of vulnerability. Or you might say that another way and say, we're all going to experience the flood, but some people have better boats, as I've heard people talk about before. So not everyone is equally impacted by these the impacts of climate change. So this is to try to help us to understand that a little bit. And the way we use this is try to help us inform the planning and the policy that we have in London. So in terms of, for example, some of our funding programs for community projects and things like that, we might ask people to think about the kinds of risks that are in this map to help, how is your program potentially going to address some of the issues that we're seeing here? It's a really good conversation starter, and it's been really good in terms of community engagement as well, and trying to help us work, to understand what's happening at the local level, even if we're not, completely. I think in a really dense city, this kind of granular data is always a little bit off, but it's about helping to have that conversation and recognizing about the inequality of impacts. And I think that's about it for me, but I would say just on that, a couple of things just about data. Number one, data, and I think Peter said this really as well, data does not equal intelligence, and it does not equal insights. I think the main thing that you have to think about, like I said before, that data should not be the end in itself. It should be a means to an end. And I think one of the more difficult things that we find is just doing that doing that questioning, understanding what it is that you're trying to use it for. You can have dashboards, you can have huge data portals, but the real problem is trying to understand what is the question you're actually trying to ask and bringing people into that conversation about the question that you're trying to ask. One of the things we've definitely noticed, and one of the big parts of my role in the London Resilience Unit is community resilience, and I could do a whole other conversation on that. But one of the things I've learned through that work is that our idea of risk as the kind of resilience professionals is very different from the idea of risk that we see in communities. We're talking about floods, and we're talking about heat waves and potential terrorist attacks. When we ask our communities, what do you see as the biggest risks? They're thinking about things like cohesion. They're thinking about fear of potential crime. They're thinking about the fact that they can't necessarily afford to pay their food bills or their energy bills. So that's a huge lesson for us in terms of understanding not just what data we need, but also what questions are we trying to ask, and what are the assumptions that we are making that inform that kind of decision making. So thanks, that's where I would leave it, and very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Kristen. We actually have only, a few minutes, but there's one question here. What about data quality? Are you satisfied with the quality? And also there was another question, I think that was originally for Peter, but it also applies to here. What about AI? How much do you already use it, and can you use it? And a few minutes.
So the quality of data. I think it's a good question. I think we try to make sure that we're working with people who have, useful, good quality sources of information. We have loads, like I said, loads of research institutions, loads of universities in London. And we also work really closely with them in the best possible scenarios, work really closely with them to understand what we're actually trying to get at and try to work out what sources of information are reliable and trustworthy. And that is not even to mention disinformation and misinformation, because we know that that's a huge issue. So yeah, I think we try to make sure that we're really careful about the quality of our data, but also having that kind of input from lots of different partners and stakeholders and communities about what it is that we're saying. So like, for example, with those climate risk maps, if we put those in front of people who live in one of those areas and they tell me, oh, that doesn't scan at all with us, that's not what our area looks like, then that does not hurt my feelings. What we want is the most robust data we can get. In terms of AI, it's a really good question. I'm old enough to be a slightly late adopter of this technology, and we do use it to a certain extent, but I think mainly just to try to think about summarizing data and stuff like that. We're not using it in a majorly big sense, I think, at the moment, just yet. And I think a lot of people see potential for it. I see both potential and slight worry.
Right, any questions from public? Yeah, gentleman over there.
Hello. I know GLA has done a tremendous work on the data transformation of the recent 6 to 7 years. You have this data, Innovation Week, etc. From the point of your resilience unit, where do you see the data transformation for this emergency preparedness, public safety should move on? And if you have like lorry connecting barrows to exchange data, so what will be your way of connecting different levels of command to emergency services?
Connecting, sorry?
Connecting different levels of command for the emergency services.
Okay, so that's about using data effectively using data with, okay. Yeah, I think one of the main things for us is, I think nothing really beats just getting people into rooms to talk to each other about these things. We are thinking about right now, and we're kind of in the process of starting to build a dashboard, kind of a resilience dashboard for London, which is meant to answer that question, like, is London okay? Which is what some of our partners often ask. But yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I think we're not quite there yet in terms of what information goes into that and why and for whom, because is London okay for whom? But I think so far, we haven't. In my own experience, just that example of just getting people into rooms to sit together and understand what a problem is and what's happening in real time is probably better than any data dashboard that I've ever seen. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
I have a very quick question, because you were talking about communities and people, and I've actually lived in London myself, and obviously in a city like 9 million, what is actually the tool that to reach the people? Because obviously there's so many different nationalities, communities who are all using different channels, different information flow. Is there any one specific tool when in emergency, people,
No.
No? Because I don't remember as well being using that.
The answer is no. I mean, there are alert systems and things like that, but what we've tried to do, and I could get into this a lot more at some point, is, we've tried to create the infrastructure. So what we've got is something called the London Communities Emergencies Partnership. And that effectively is a convening of community and voluntary and faith sector organizations. That is a couple of staff people, effectively, that can coordinate that and bring organizations in and, kind of be that sort of larger network and hold that and, reach out to communities when we potentially need to. There are about 300 organizations at the moment, each of which has its own networks. And so we're able to get them involved when we have a crisis to help, organize volunteer support, for example, or if something happens. For example, recently we've been reaching out to Iranian communities in London just because they'll potentially be affected and to see how people are doing. So if people organizations aren't members of that partnership already, we have the capacity to bring partners in and be able to reach people that we wouldn't necessarily be able to reach, to try to provide support, but also to get intelligence about, what can we do to help, what is the real issue happening on the ground. And then in slower time, they can provide training, they can provide, around climate risk and other types of risks. We provide training for faith leaders, for example. So there are all these different things that we can do to help try to build the capacity of people and through voluntary and community sector organizations. So we don't have a tool, we have a network, and that is about trying to then, deploy that network when we can to deal with resilience issues as they come up.
Thank you, Kristin Kaida. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we now, we now move into our first panel discussion, focusing on emergency coordination and response in urban crisis. So I'm pleased to welcome our panelists, Eva Carlsen. I hope Eva is here. Yeah. Eva is a chief advisor at the Oslo Region Alliance and has worked extensively on transport, mobility, spatial development and climate and environmental policy, including roles linked to infrastructure, risk and resilience in Norway. Elari Kasemets, thank you, is head of municipal police for the city of Tallinn. We know it as Mupo, right? Here locally, leading efforts to maintain public safety and urban order with a strong practical focus on security and effective city response. And please welcome back Esteban Leon, who you already met before, one of the leading international voices on city resilience. And you also know Kristen Kaida, so welcome back. You want to take a photo? I think this is a photo shoot, right? Sorry? Sorry, okay. So okay, the photographer wants me to sit in the middle. I'm used to actually sitting at the edge.
Sorry.
Okay, fine. I'm good. Usually moderator is actually there, but okay. Right. I start first question for everyone. So when a major urban crisis hits, what is the first coordination failure you worry about most? And why? Who wants to start with that? Maybe.
Yeah, I can start.
Yeah.
No, for sure. It's pretty much always the bottleneck which first appears is the situational awareness. Usually we have not enough information, or otherwise we have a lack of information, too much information. So and it's usually a problem how to react, what we do first. So it's probably I say that. It's the situational awareness.
Does anyone else want to add here?
What was the question?
I'll repeat the question. So when a major urban crisis hits, what is the first coordination failure you worry about the most? What do you worry about the most?
Communication.
Communication.
I mean, it's the main thing is, in many experiences responding to emergencies in different parts of the world, one thing is for sure, the first line of response is at the local level. They always are the first one, they are there. So basically that's for sure. But how the protocol for communicating to the population and among themselves as well is one of the key issues that I will say it's if it fails, it's really bad. And I can provide some examples that are quite painful. Let's say when that happens. For example, I mean, it's not from the one side the local level. I know municipalities that, for example, the mayor said to their staff, just go home and take care of your families, and then it emptied the whole structure, which was quite painful. But the other is also the messaging, because it's not only about being able to provide a warning message, but also what messages you're going to provide, right? Because you can put a lot of population in trouble when you say, oh, an earthquake is coming. And then everybody starts running like crazy, right? Because you didn't say what to do. So it can be also a failure on communication messaging. I don't want to take that.
No worries. Okay. So Eva, very specific question for you. From a regional alliance perspective, how do you ensure municipalities are not acting as isolated islands during a cross-boundary emergency? Maybe you can just talk a bit about your experience with Oslo Regional Alliance. I'm sure not a lot of people don't know much about it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I represent the Oslo Region Alliance. That is a strategic political collaboration between 62 municipalities. We have 2.2 million in our population. We do not have emergency response as our main focus, but still, of course, this is an increased attention on emergency response as the society is developing, and also due to climate change. So I think that what is important is to have collaboration where it's a mutual trust between the municipalities, and that they know each other. And in Norway we have a quite good system on response on emergency situations. So I think, but still, you need to have collaboration across the municipalities and over county regions and so on. So I think you need the mutual trust. You need to have the systems and organization who are prepared for an emergency situation.
Esteban, now you obviously worked in many cities and around the world, and we discussed that last night as well. But you know, from your perspective, what do you think? What do cities around the world most often underestimate? You know, before anything happens, and what would you say in your experience? You know, which city is the best prepared?
Underestimate. I'm best prepared. Tough questions. I do think that nobody has an idea of what a bad situation is until you are inside that situation, and you know, when you are, I mean, if you ask me, I used to work in both conflicts and natural disasters, what they call natural disasters that are not natural, but. And the reality is that I prefer to work in natural disasters because you see the best of people. People are trying to help each other. In conflicts, you see the worst of people. They are trying to kill each other. So when you respond to a crisis situation in the different parts, you will see that in both cases, the only commonality I found is that they don't realize how bad it can become. And I do remember in Haiti, earthquake 2010, we were in the middle of the crisis, and one local authority told me, I wish I knew how bad it could become, right? And then we were thinking, what if we invite some mayors of other cities to come and be here now and see what is the cost of not being prepared? Because then you realize it's only when you are in the middle of it when you have that issue. You ask a second question, no?
I asked, what do you think is the best prepared in your experience?
Oh, the best.
Most
well,
resilient.
we don't do. London is pushing that. No, we don't do rankings because the reality is that each city is different. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it will be really unfair to say that one city is more prepared than other because they don't have the same reality, not the same economy, not the same social aspects, not the same context, not the same demography, not the same geography. So basically, you know, you are there is no competition. But you do have some cities that put more efforts into building resilience. And I will say there were different movements. At some point, you had the Rockefeller Foundation 100 Resilient Cities working on resilience building. You had the World Bank working on resilience building. You have the UNDRR, the Disaster Risk Reduction UN body, working on that. But this is something that I will let you for thinking. I was the chair of a group of 10 organizations working on resilience. World Bank, Rockefeller Foundation, 100 Resilient Cities, the Asian Development Bank, you know, I mean, name it, it was there, UNDP, UNDRR, the Federation of the Red Cross. And we decided to do a mapping of how many cities are we supporting on building resilience, and we didn't arrive to more than 200 in the world, and the concentration on developed countries were quite high. And if you ask me, I don't know if you know how many cities are in the world, but you around 45,000 to 50,000. So 200 is nothing. The impact is really low. And the ones that need most are the poorest of the poor. And in the poorest cities, the ones that need even most are the poorest of the poor. So the poorest neighborhoods. So it will be very unfair for me to say that a city that is very poor with a lot of poor population and an unplanned urbanization process, compare it to London. Or to Stockholm, or to Helsinki, or to, I mean, it's unfair.
Okay, but let's talk about practical examples. Kristen, I mean, can you maybe bring, you already obviously mentioned a few examples, but can you maybe bring some practical example from real life, from London? What was the situation? How did you respond? What tools did you use?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, I should say right up front that I'm only kind of very marginally involved in emergency response in the city in London. I am kind of part of response, but for my organization, which of course is not the police, we're not the fire department, we're not putting out fires and things like that. But yeah, I think a couple of things I can probably say, going back to sort of the community resilience angle of this, I think one of the things we found, and going back to your question about, what is the failure that you worry about? And one of them is just about, that kind of lack of useful intelligence, that lack of communication, that kind of, trying to keep the coordination going. We're there to try to help coordinate, activity around this, but we have seen, for example, recent incidents where, for example, the local authority sets up a rest center for the community, but of course that rest center turns out to be unused because it's 3 miles away from where anybody affected by the incident actually turns out to be. We try to deal with that by, getting that community input, getting that sort of real-time situational awareness, through our community networks. And another thing is just trying to be, trying to think about those worst-case scenarios, trying to think on a more regular basis about what we should be planning for, what could potentially be going wrong, and having, we have someone in our unit who is just that ace at thinking about exercising and thinking about how do we constantly think about how we prepare for various types of incidents, and and what do people do in those scenarios. I come at this from a climate change adaptation perspective because that's my background for a very long time. And for me, it's really interesting to think about how we can also apply that sort of longer term lens and planning through uncertainty into some of that, into the planning that we do, and think about how we deliver that.
But when you do your planning, do you think about sort of future scenarios? I mean, obviously one is climate change, but for example, again, I guess the perspective in London is a little bit different from Tallinn. But we think about defense issues, for example. I mean, is something like that in London also in planning?
Absolutely. And I mean, this is kind of an emerging. I mean, thinking about longer term kind of prevention and upstream planning is not new necessarily, and thanks to 100 Resilient Cities, which is what created my post many years ago in the first place, we are able to do a little bit more of that thinking. Yes, and so we're thinking about some of the state threats, for example, and malicious threats and mis and disinformation, for example. But some of the emerging work is happening at the national level in the UK, thinking about chronic risk, and we've just had a chronic risk analysis come out last summer. And that was sort of looking at some of those overarching threats that we see. And so we've been working through my team to try to kind of apply that risk, sort of understand it through the lens of London. How do we understand what, the priority level of those risks? How do we understand how we're actually already working to manage some of those risks through some of the stuff that we do? So for example, if we're talking about income and social inequality, there are policies like, our free school meals programs and things like that are trying to address some of that. And just understand what the measure of all of that is in terms of dealing with resilience. I think the difficulty with it is that while we do have statutory responsibilities for emergency planning and dealing with the crisis that's happening right now or tomorrow, there is no kind of statutory responsibility to be doing that sort of upstream prevention, that kind of thinking about, how do you prevent that risk from, or that hazard from actually becoming a disaster in the first place. And so we're lucky because what we've got in London is that ability to do some of that thinking, to do that coordination, to have a post like mine and my team in place to make the work happen, because you can have all the data, you can have money, you can do all of those kinds of things, but actually just having people dedicated to that work helps to, kind of get the word out and get other people thinking about it and challenge some of the policy assumptions and think and see where the conflicts may be happening, where we might be creating risk, and then thinking about how we monitor that and measure that and deconflict that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Elari, what about Tallinn? Any practical example of, real life example? And how do you generally sort of deal with bottlenecks if something happens?
Yeah, I think that the key words are joint planning, of course. Estonia have a comprehensive approach to crisis from 2007 already, and there is a special legislation in place and so on. So pretty much we know that if something happens, we have like response plans there. We have a really good understanding what kind of agency is the lead agency, what are the roles of other partners, what kind of information exchange protocols are there, and so on. So in the practical level, I can say that it's quite good. The response, of course, there are bottlenecks, and as we discussed earlier, that of course the communication problems and lack of situational awareness, but it's like a daily business to us. But I think that maybe the main thing is to be successful there is the core principles of preparedness. One of them are like a principle of continuity of operations. It means that in Estonia, obviously not in Estonia as well, in everywhere, it means that all the agencies and the individuals, they continue to fulfill their own duties, even in the emergency situations. And of course, you have to establish the coordination level, but it means that it doesn't matter if it's a cyber attack or fire or whatever, which are like affecting my business. I know I have to establish it. I have to to prepare for the continuity. So, but if you ask for a practical example, I think the New Year's Eve, when we have a problem with the water flow in Tallinn. Of course, there were several reasons for that, like weather and consumption and things like that. But you can imagine.
For people who don't know, who from other countries, basically parts of Tallinn didn't have any water, lost water, right?
Yeah, for some hours. Yeah.
Or, yeah, like
we get our drinking water in the Lake Ülemiste, and there is this kind of weather conditions called needle ice. Last time it happened, it was like 50 years ago. And of course, if you prepare for crisis, you have this risk assessment, and there is a probability and a cause and so on and so on. Of course, it wasn't in the plans, but it happened. It means that there was a really heavy icing, and we didn't have enough water to cover all the Tallinn because it was a New Year's Eve. Everybody was cooking, taking showers, things like that. So at one time there was lack of water, and of course it needed some kind of response. But it was again the principle of the continuity of your business, because there is a essential service provider, which are a private company. They know that what they have to do, and from our perspective in the city view, we only we just share the crisis communication messages from the company, because there's nothing much to do in the city or in the state level. And of course, but as you said, the communication is really, really critical. So you have to say that, yeah, we have some problems, we are dealing with that, even though at one point we didn't exactly know what's going to happen, if the water's going to run out definitely, or is there some kind of reservoirs left and so on. But yeah, you have to communicate. I don't know.
Yeah,
answer your question.
Yeah, there's actually a question also from public about the war. I mean, I asked about before about events. I mean, the same question for you. I mean, do you actually prepare for war? I mean, it's very serious questions from the audience. That's obviously a lot of people's mind.
Yeah, we do that. We do that. I think it's good to prepare for the worst, because everything else is nothing according to the worst case scenario. We do prepare for the war in the city level. It means that our responsibilities is the civil defense. You mean all the shelters, and of course the preparing the citizens for the war. You know, like you have your own emergency stockpiles, and you have to think about your own crisis plan. What to do if you don't have electricity for the next, I don't know, 5 or 7 days, or there's no communications available and things like that. So yeah. Short answer is yes, we do plan.
Thank you. Eva, what about Oslo and the region? Any practical real-life examples of the crisis you had and how you dealt with, and maybe the lessons learned, and for others?
I think I agree with what has been said, that communication is critical, and also how you I understand it's not my daily work to work with response, but how you meet the citizens and the communication towards the citizens. I think one experience which also has a regional perspective is from the COVID pandemic, and how it was critical to communicate with the citizens on what to do and what not to do, and in particular related to transport, the transport system, that you should not take the bus, you should not take the metro and so on, and to reduce number of people coming into the city center. So that's one example, and also how to behave, of course, to reduce the pandemic. So that's also included, of course, a lot of collaboration between the municipalities, because it was the whole world, not only Oslo, and not only the region, but of course you had to handle the situation local or regional. So that's one example. We also had one landslide in one of the municipalities in our region, and where also you saw that you had to have, I think it was about 10 people who died in that landslide. It happens during the night in December, and then you also had a lot of emergency rescue team coming from the region and also from Sweden to help in this extreme situation. And then of course you have to have good systems. You have to know each other. You have to know where do you find the right entities who are the right people or organizations to do what is needed.
There's actually a question about city services being outsourced to private companies. In Tallinn, example, Tallinn Water, which you mentioned, I think. From your experience in Oslo and Norway, do you also work with private companies, and how does it work well, or any lessons or experience to share there?
I think, as I said, I'm not an expert on this, but I think also private companies is also part of the emergency organization. They have to know who is the right, who has the responsibilities. But it's and in Oslo and in Norway as a whole, I think it's delegated to as low down to the actual agency who are responsible for the different sectors. They are responsible for their own the tasks, and when it comes to response to be prepared for crisis.
Okay, then same here. Actually, same question. I mean, how do you ensure that the private companies are responding well in a crisis?
Yeah, we have to go and look into the legislation. We have an emergency act in Estonia, which says what kind of services are vital. And there's two levels. One is the state level, like electricity and fuel and gas and things like that. And the second level is the municipal level. If you're talking about Tallinn, we are coordinating three vital services. Sewer system and drinking water is the one. The second one is central heating, and the third one is accessibility of the roads. So, and it means that there are companies who are providing those vital services. They know that they are vital service providers, which means that according to the legislation, we can put the specific requirements for the service. So, and then for the continuity of the services. So, and that's how we work. We work together. We are planning together. We look over their crisis analysis, risk analysis, things like that. So it's like a joint work and joint planning, although they are private companies.
Thank you, Kristen.
Yeah, I mean, similar, I think in London, a couple of things. Number one is, obviously, a lot of infrastructure providers are private companies in London or in the UK, some of the critical infrastructure as well. And so they need to be at the table in terms of resilience planning. So as part of the London Resilience Forum, which is the governing body for our kind of emergency preparedness and planning, we do have a utilities sector panel, for example, that brings in a lot of those private sector organizations, whether that's the water utilities or telecoms and power and so forth, just to make sure that they're there as part of that conversation when it comes to governing our resilience practice and also, coming up with those plans and response as well. We've also got, through our kind of community resilience program, we've also got a network of business networks. So effectively working with about 60 networks of business networks. So it's like those wider organizations that can cascade out information about risk. And these are everything from like the Federation of Small Businesses to different business sort of groupings across London. And that effectively exists to try to be sort of a conduit out to businesses in terms of helping them to think about their risks, helping them to build capacity and to meet each other and to be more connected with our statutory responders. And effectively thinking about their role in a community as well. So it's like, if could a local business be part of the response in some way? Providing rest centers or providing cool space for people when it depending on the kind of crisis we're dealing with. Mm-hmm. So have to really involve the private sectors as well as others.
Mm-hmm. Talking about engagement, Esteban, maybe. You can also name some more. Do you know some good examples of sort of engaging communities, as partners in resilience across the world? I mean, if you work with different cities.
Interesting question. You have. I mean, it's interesting because at some point we have this discussion about defining community, right? Because we talk a lot about community and everybody's asking, okay, what community? I mean, we are part of the community as well. And the private sector is part of the community and local and national authorities are part of the community. So let's not romanticize the community approach. Let's make it real, right? Practical. And it happened to us, it was a bit of a shock going back to 2010, Haiti. At some point we were thinking, okay, we have to recover from this crisis, crisis, and how do we do? And we were thinking, okay, the best, put this in mind, Port-au-Prince, Haiti, 2010 was the first large urban disaster, right? We never had, I mean, the typical response in the humanitarian setting was, the structure of the response is basic. The local level response first, the national level supports, and when it's overwhelmed, you have the international level responding. So that's how it works, right? Usually the humanitarian response has been always very rural-centric in terms of you put the population that has been affected into one place, you feed them, camps, you feed them, you give them water, you give them, and that was the typical. At some point, when we started with this in Haiti, what is a community response in a city? And we were thinking, oof, this is tough. And that's when we created the neighborhoods approach. We started identifying neighborhoods and talking to the neighborhood leaders or representatives and trying to make sure that the neighborhood was going to be the one that will be represented, because the neighborhoods were also completely different from one part or the other in the city. Must be the same in London, right? Mm-hmm. You have some neighborhoods that are more, inequalities in neighborhoods as well, in addition to inequalities in the city. So that was an interesting response. Then we saw the structural assessments, because you had some neighborhoods that had the structures that were, buildings, strong buildings, some others that had weaker housing, and also the dimensions, because I remember that the response community came with shelters that were, I don't know if you know about the sphere standards. You have some standards for responding, and in housing or shelter, the sphere standard says that for a 5-person family, you have to have 13 square meters shelter. That's the basic, the minimum. But when we were looking at the plots, we had 11 square meter plots. So most of the shelter response was kind of tricky, because they were coming with shelters that were bigger than the place where you have to put them. So, I mean, all of these had quite a lot of component of discussions and multi-stakeholder negotiations and responding to that. So I do think that yeah, it's very diverse, but definitely on the community participation, we have to be as inclusive as possible, the best, I will say, because you do have. I mean, let's not think that the community, when we are talking about community, we are talking about only the majority of the people, but we are also talking about these companies that are providing services to the city should be sitting there. And they have the obligation to open their information, because you cannot plan without that. And that was something that we learned with negotiating with cities, and we were saying, okay, if you want us to measure and diagnose your situation as a city, you have to talk to your service providers and make sure that they can provide us enough information for us to tell you what the situation is, which is tricky.
Did you want to add?
Yeah, well, just in terms of community resilience, it's an interesting question. I think you raised that question about, like, what is a community and what is community resilience? It can be a really fuzzy kind of topic. It sounds like a really good thing, but what does it actually mean? And I think what we've tried to do in London is learn from past incidents and emergencies, and we have the inquiry reports from things like the Grenfell Tower fire, for example, and the Manchester Arena attack, for example. And I think one of the things that we're always finding is that first of all, there's a lack of connection between communities and between those statutory responders. Not a surprise, this comes up all the time, and it's really a matter of, just people not being part of that emergency response, and that person-centered approach that we all talk about not being kind of a reality on the ground. And so we thought about this a little bit, and so rather than kind of trying to define community resilience, we tried to decide, so what is it we're actually trying to achieve here? So it comes down to 3 things. One is to try to make the connections between communities and those statutory responders. So by providing funding programs and providing opportunities for networking so that they can actually connect, and that saying that we have is make friends before you need them, because that way when you know each other, you understand how to work better together. The second thing is to provide the kinds of practical tools and resources and guidance and things that communities can use, whether through the voluntary and community sector organizations. But it's things like toolkits, it's things like guidance, it's things like support and funding to create emergency plans and those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And the third major thing is really about working with our statutory responders, our police, fire, ambulance, and so forth, to help them understand better how to work with communities. Because this isn't just about communities changing their behavior, this is about actually how does the system change its behavior to make sure that people and lived experience are really part of what we're doing here. And I think that's kind of that. So when we think about what is it we're trying to provide, what is it we're trying to do, that's kind of how we define it. We start to say it's about building those connections and building capacity.
Thank you. Let's take questions from the public now. Any hands? Yeah. Sir?
Thank you. How does responsible political leadership in urban crisis look like? Any key elements or observations?
Political leadership.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone wants to answer that. Maybe
I don't want to answer that.
there is actually on the same token.
Okay, but
sorry.
Kidding aside, of course, politicians are those who make the decisions and to be honest, who keep the money as well. So the political level is always really important one. But again, I come back for the resilience planning. It means that we have to plan that way. That of course the politicians are showing the way and giving the money, but in other level that if we plan for emergencies, we have to do it that way that our plans are how do you say that?
Properly prepared?
Properly prepared or politicians safe. Let's say that way.
On the same on the same token, there's a specific question here. In Japan, during the disaster, the local head, mayor, moves into the disaster area with family to speed up the process. What do you think about this approach? Would you expect the local mayor to do that?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, yeah. It's hard to say it's a good idea or a bad idea. Of course, in some level it shows support and the real concern and things like that. But luckily for Estonia, if you talk about the crisis management and preparing for the war, I think everybody is pretty much in the same page. Of course, there are some differences between the politician parties and so on, but generally, they're in the same page. Everybody knows that preparing for the worst is essential, and we have to do that. So luckily for us, anyway, in the municipal level, I don't see that it's a big problem right now. Anyway,
when Boris Johnson was the mayor, he would have surely done that. Maybe not with his family, but
definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there is always that. I think that kind of thing that happens. I think, but what I would probably say in terms of political leadership, I mean, first of all, well, in London, the mayor is a Category 1 responder, so that means that he has under the law certain responsibilities, and that means that we need to, do risk assessment. For example, we have to have those risk assessments. We need to come up with plans to manage the risks that we find in the risk assessment. And we also have responsibilities around communication. And so I think, it might be slightly naive to say this, but I mean, I think what we can do as that kind of convening body and having those responsibilities is just try to make sure that we have the best evidence as possible, which means that our situational awareness is as good as it can be. We have a whole situational awareness program and team. We can make sure that the planning and the preparation for incidents is the best it possibly can be. We can do what we can to represent our city to national government and also communicate to the public in a way that is transparent and open and honest. And I think that's, those are some of the things that we can potentially do to show leadership as a city.
Thank you. Esteban, and then Eva.
In the program, what we ask is two focal points. One is the mayor, the political level, because they do the most advocacy. I mean, you have to make sure that the political level is backing up in the whole thing. And the second one is a technical focal point, which is going to open the doors of the municipality for information, data and information. And that's key because, the politicians or the mayor comes and go, but the technical level remains. So it's important to build that capacity at the technical level to make sure that sustains the whole process of resilience. If I may, I will say resilience is very much like you putting yourself in healthy and good shape. If you go to the gym once, you are not, the super sports person. You have to continue doing it. In resilience is the same. You cannot just do it once and believe that your city is resilient. You have to constantly work on that. And I want to mention this because I kept thinking about this community thing. one of the key messages is that population or big, I don't want to call it victims, but population that has passed through a crisis situation, we should take them as assets, right? And not make the mistake of take them as liabilities. I mean, they are assets. And if I go back to the reconstruction process, we proved that 80% of the reconstruction process is done by the same community that has been affected. It's not international level, it's not even national level, it's self-reconstruction processes. And that is something that we cannot underestimate. And at some point we tried to, I was developing a tool for measuring impact. And the reality is that the impact of the international level in some responses is minimum in comparison with the reconstruction process that happens from the community level. So that's something that we have to make sure that we build rather than respond.
Thank you. Eva?
Just to comment on that about political leadership. The mayor is, of course, a very central person in a crisis situation, and also when he or she is the one who is meeting the citizens and should be communicating very clear about what is the actual situation, and also be able to take unpopular decisions and motivate the citizens to follow these unpopular decisions, and that's a tough communication task. But that demands that the mayor has the necessary information and that the preparedness plan and everything is in place, and that you have the administration has done its work so you have the emergency preparedness plan or strategy that you can that the mayor or that has the competence and strength to show leadership.
Thank you. There's also another very specific question about communication or how to reach the communities, is that our influencers and opinion leaders with large following included in some emergency communication agendas. From your experience, do you use influencers? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just very briefly, I mean, a lot of the work we do, like I said, we work through voluntary and community and faith sector organizations, because the principle for us is trusted voices, people who are trusted within their communities. We don't do a lot of, I mean, just as a team, we don't do a lot of communicating directly with the public, although the mayor does. But we work through the people who are trusted by their communities, and that's incredibly important if we want to get people messages out and yeah.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, maybe we work with them, maybe not so much for the influencers per se, but they are really well-known faces and people. And of course, because if you can put the right information out there through different channels, it's a good thing. So, and then you can control the messages and the narrative. So yeah, of course, we have to do that nowadays anyway.
And a final question for everyone, because that came up quite often here, got written on Slido as well. Are there any sort of tools or programs or kind of platforms you use to share knowledge across the cities, across the world, so that others would know about your stories and experiences? And obviously here we, meet and we share those, but on a sort of daily basis, are there any good platforms? I think we discussed that with you, Eva, last night as well, or was it with you, Esteban? But can you name some?
The city of Oslo is working internationally in different organizations, Eurocities, C40, and others, to share experience together with many of other cities here and internationally. So it's a quite main focus for our government mayor and also the administration to work internationally. I would also like to mention that we are a partner in a project, Geo for Water, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here. And that's a pilot in the European data space for smart communities. And what we want to do in that project is to develop data space, focusing on extreme weather so that administration, the cities are prepared and develop services so they are prepared to meet extreme weather and water-related events. So that's also that will also enable the cities to have tools and services to improve their to be more prepared.
Thank you, Esteban.
Well, there are lots of networks now. I must say, I mean, I'm glad, and I will say it here. I'm glad to tell you that when we started this movement 20 years ago, I know I look like a baby, but but we started long ago. We put the Making Cities Resilience campaign. I don't know if you know, from 2010 to 2020. But at that time, nobody spoke about resilience. I mean, it was still not a word that was or an approach that was very much mentioned. It was much more risk reduction and also in climate change adaptation and mitigation. But now resilience is coming strong and strong. I'm glad for that because I remember that this project I mentioned in Tijuana was 2007. And the resilience part was not catching. In 2010, we launched the Making Cities Resilience campaign. That was 10 years of the campaign. And that transformed itself into Making Cities Resilience 2030, trying to go to the horizon of the SDGs, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the climate change, Paris Agreement, everything going to 2030, right? So you have that one, but you also have a nice movement of different organizations that change. For example, the 100 Resilient Cities switched to the City Resilience Network. C40 has a lot of platforms for working on that as well. UCLG has another. We have the Urban Resilience Hub. I mean, there is a lot of movement, which is fantastic because, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, that shows that cities are started to take, action and realizing that actually you can learn a lot from your peers and not always look up to the national level, but look to the city-to-city cooperation. And that's something that we are happy to promote, let's say.
Yeah. Thank you. Kristen?
Yeah, cities are really where it's at, definitely, I think. And the C40 Cities Network is mentioned. Our mayor is the chair of the C40 Cities Network, so we have to mention that. But the Resilient Cities Network, yeah, which used to be the 100 Resilient Cities, we work so much with them, and we're big believers in sharing and stealing ideas and approaches where necessary so that we're not all reinventing the wheel. And sometimes we even create some of our own networks where we don't see them. So we've been creating a network across the UK of community resilience leads, people doing that kind of work around working with communities. And we've also started to bring in community leaders and approaches from other cities and countries and towns as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Elari?
Yeah, Tallinn is a part of UBC Safe Cities network, also EIFUS. We have several projects like Pacta Sur and Pacta Sur 2, where we are like sharing our knowledge. And last year we established Baltic Capitals Civil Defense Network. And to be honest, the next work session is here in Tallinn next week. Also, the Baltic Sea Forum held in Tallinn this year is the main idea. There is also building resilience. So, and then things like that, and of course, and we are working together with several Ukrainian cities. It's really hard to say, but we can learn from them what's really happening and how we can more and more prepared. So yeah, networks and things like that.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Elari. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Esteban. And now we will break for lunch. The lunch will be served on a second floor. My colleagues here will guide you there if you cannot find it outside. And we'll continue lunch until 1:30. And so we'll gather here, resume the program here in the hall again. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a reminder again, the lunch will be served not here, but on the second floor in another room. So people will be outside to guide you there. Thank you. so welcome back. If you can take your seats again, please. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We now begin the afternoon session, traditionally the hour when both policy and blood sugar are tested. So I hope you had a good lunch and had a chance to have some informal conversations. So now in the afternoon part of the program, we are shifting our attention more directly to digital resilience and smart city capacity. But before our next keynote, audience question for you on Slido. So the question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how resilient is your local community? Please share your view for maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Ah, sorry. Well, thank you. Seems like it's rather good. We could say it's good. Not very good, but better than, oh no, average. Right. Okay, thank you everyone who participated. So our next speaker is Ernesto Fobel. He's the head of Smart City and Data Management in the city of Valencia and chair of LDT Cityverse, EDIC. He works at the intersection of public administration and academia, and since 2022 has led Valencia's digital information and data strategy efforts. And today he will speak on digital resilience in smart cities. Please join me in welcoming Ernesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. First, thank you for inviting me to be here. First time in Estonia. What an amazing city. What an amazing venue. What an interesting conference. I will try to not to lower the level because this morning has been really interesting. We in Spain, we in Spain have this time is siesta time. It's time to have a nap. So I will try to do my best so as to prevent this situation. I will check on you because it's not good to have you sleeping here. When I received the invitation, first idea, so another opportunity to talk about what I'm more used to. So digital twins, smart city projects, and then I received, so digital resilience. Oh my God, what's that? Well, what's that? I have to prepare another presentation. But the good thing is that after the data that I am going to talk about later, I was asked from the from the Regional Federation of Villages and Cities to prepare a course for using digital technologies for resilience. So then, oh my God, good. Then I have to adapt because it's a 15-hour course and I had to reduce and to add the new things because we will discuss about also cybersecurity. And then after this first idea, I thought, well, how can I focus the attention on this digital resilience? And then I check the risks. So when I have seen the first presentation this morning and I have seen something related to that, I have thought, oh my God, my presentation will be spoiled and I don't know what to talk about during it. But fortunately, it has been only one slide. And here I have included this group of risks. technologic, environmental, social, geopolitics, and economic. And this is the ranking in 2024. Then some of the topics that I was going to deal with were quite high in the ranking. But 1 year later, things have changed. So as you can see, state-based armed conflict is the first. And I guess that if we would carry out this survey now, it would be more than 50%. So this bar would be extremely long. So geopolitics are the main threat now. But as this is not on the scope of a city, because I'm, as the moderator has said, I'm representing the city of Valencia. And Valencia is the third city in terms of population in Spain. So we have 850,000 inhabitants, the metropolitan area twice, 1.5 million approximately. And so we are a quite big city. And we are not dealing with these issues. We are focusing on some aspects that in this presentation will be dealt. So zooming in these risks in the first, in the top 10, let me say, we see that we have extreme weather events in the second position, and some technological issues, fake news, and so on, quite high too. And I will focus my presentation in these two group of risks. So then first, I will deal with extreme weather events, and let me start with a story of resilience. 1957, Valencia. We suffered a terrible flood that covered the whole city. So it was not the first time, but probably it was the worst. So a lot of people were killed, disappeared, and the city was completely covered by water. You know that the river during the year is well, it's dry, no water, only a small thread of water and a useless public space. And then after this flood, we carried out probably the most high impact transformation, urban transformation. I would say one of the biggest in Europe, but let me show you. So we diverted the river to the south part of the city. So this is the former river, this that is just in the middle, in green, and then we diverted to the south, this blue one. So again, most of the year is has no water, or little of water, but when it rains in Valencia, it rains. So it should be dimensioned according to these eventual big rainfalls. But then we had an opportunity to change. So, and we took advantage of that. So now, this old river is that. So you can see here, this a linear park is, I would say, one of the main assets in the city. So it's a linear park with 9 kilometers that is parts of the river or the garden are forests, or there are sports fields, sport courts. So very interesting. There are a lot of monuments next to the river, so it's a very nice place to walk, to ride a bike. So it's a lively place. So it's a history of change. So we took the opportunity from this disaster to change. And I wanted to start with this. And what happened in 2024? 1.5 years ago, a new disaster happened. The Dana, it's a huge rainfall that caused extremely bad damages. So more than 240 people were killed. So the economic impact was dramatic. And well, we knew that it could happen, but not with this scope. So the rainfall was extremely big. You can see here the metropolitan area. So this is the city center, I would say. This is the new river, where Turia, here. And this is the south metropolitan area. This right after the rainfalls, everything was covered by mud. So it was a drama. The economic and human damages were extremely high. You can see here the scope of the floods. It was amazing how much water was there. So it's incredible. 70 villages and cities were affected by this Dana. So the impact was extremely high. You can see here some pictures. So we had trucks floating like paper boats. So they moved where, the water bring all the cars, and you could see this picture not only here, in a lot of cities. So we have more than 150,000 cars completely destroyed. So useless. And also with infrastructures. You can see highways, railways, so everything. It was a disaster that the scope is extremely high. So you can't imagine if you wouldn't be there until, even I saw on the news, on TV, but when I went to help, to assist some of my friends, I noticed that the scope of this disaster. But fortunately, we had the people. People, the motto of this, after this disaster was, people saved the people. So waves of solidarity. In fact, this is a bridge that after the disaster, the new name for the bridge is the Solidarity Bridge, because a lot of people from the city moved to support this area. Because if you can see, let me go back. The city of Valencia wasn't affected. The new river prevent the flood for affecting the city. So this infrastructure has saved us from a new flood. But a lot of people from the city went to these villages in the south metropolitan area, even people from other parts of Spain, firefighters, military people, so people from the army. And so it meant a wave of solidarity that at least this was good for human feelings, that, well, we thought that young people thought were not committed with nothing, and after this disaster, we noticed that, there are a lot of people that realized that something had to be done, and they supported friends and people who didn't know before. And then, after starting with the tools that we are going to present or risk, environmental risk that we are facing, we try to sort this list of things. We, in City of Valencia, we are vulnerable to floods, mainly, to heat waves. We don't have volcanoes, earthquakes is not frequent, wildfires, the region is potentially vulnerable, and also, obviously, to human threats. But I will deal with that a bit later. Well, and in this course that I'm giving to other municipalities, I try to select some tools that, starting from our own experience, things that we have used for dealing with our disaster. First, GIS. It's crucial to have all the resources, all the things that are that belong to the city or the metropolitan area, geo-located is crucial. Internet of Things, sensors that could be deployed in different rivers or different storms or wherever. Digital twins. So this one of the fields in which I'm working harder at this moment. Business intelligence. So data. All these things, if I should put in a nutshell, is data. With regards to GIS, a specific experience, service. So we have the resources, but we don't know what is happening right now, right after the disaster. And we designed a survey that is a tool, very easy. In 2 hours, we had some forms, and we designed, the first step was to not more than 2 hours. Then install these tools in mobile devices, tablets or mobile phones. And then inspection people went to the field and captured some data. And then this data is transferred to the desktop computer and is analyzed. So I have included some examples in which we dealt with 3 main aspects. The status of the cleanliness of the roads, of the streets, the areas with debris and vehicles that hadn't been removed before, and businesses, because a lot of impact had the floods with the commercial and other activities, the economic activities. So with this, we carried out some waves and checked the improvement, how the businesses were reopening after the Dana. Well, it's a successful experience in which these inspection teams went to the field and captured this with pictures and have all the information automatically, because they sent directly to the office all this data. Next type of tool that we are using, digital twins. So as you may know, digital twins are virtual replicas of the current reality. And at least they have 4 components. First, 3D visualization, normally with high level of detail. Data, and data normally that should be in real-time data. We have this working because we have connected our Arban platform with the GIS. With this data that are the fuel for these digital twins, we carry out some analytics, apply artificial intelligence algorithms so as to predict or even prescript new things that should be done. And a really crucial aspect is the possibility of defining simulation scenarios. What if? What could happen if? And this is crucial for natural disasters. And I would include a new word that we are dealing with in some aspects, that is the Cityverse. That is kind of a digital twin, but including the immersive component. So when we discuss about digital twins, we normally distinguish different levels of maturity. A descriptive one that describes what's happening right now. The predictive one, what is going to happen in the next hours, next days, next weeks. And prescriptive one, what should I do to improve something? But I have included there in the middle simulator, what would happen if? So in my opinion, it's a lower level of intelligence that is necessary for carrying out these simulation scenarios. And horizontal transversally, I have included Cityverse as an immersive component for these digital twins. Another tool that could be used and had been used is the IoT devices. So IoT devices are sensors that could be used for different things, for different types of disasters. But the main thing is that they allow us to get the data immediately, real-time data. So, and then obviously it make it easier to react in an agile way. So in all the stages of the disaster, they could be applied. So prevention, management, and resilience or recovery. So here you have some sensors that we are running out of time, but depending on the type of natural disaster, you have a different type of sensors for all type of disasters, but I will skip. I guess that we are going to share the presentation, so it's not worth to spend more time in this. So last tool that I would like to highlight are the business intelligence tools. So data. So it allows us to manage a huge amount of data that normally could be analyzed and produced as visual tools, so dashboards that are easier to understand for decision makers. So it could be used as the other tools that I have mentioned before in different stages of the disasters. So in prevention, you have early warning dashboards according to some alerts that could be launched. So some analysis that could be defined depending on different analysis from the GIS, or predictive models based on AI and business intelligence, and some reports that could be produced automatically. So during the management, you have different tools that could be heat maps, could be, for example, so these tools that you can be a sensor. A person could be a sensor with wearables, for example, to manage teams of reaction. Having these wearables is easier to manage from a control center the different teams that are working in a wildfire or in a flood. And recovery, you have different tools for analysis, post-analysis, the tools that I have mentioned before, as, for example, this analysis of the data captured by the service from GIS, and so on. And I have included an example about the use of data from right after the data. So the day after, as the statistic office is included in my department, in Smart City and Data Management. So we manage a lot of data in different fields, and we were asked to produce some dashboards in an agile way to analyze some potentially vulnerabilities. So potential vulnerabilities, for example, households in which all the members are seniors in different thresholds of age. So older than 65, older than 79, households with only one person, or with children in schooler age, because after the data, schools were closed, so and they should be reallocated. All these analyses were carried out in a while, let me say. And we also dealt with businesses, so distinguishing in different types of activities, also with vehicles, so as to analyze how many vehicles were registered in this area, and also with buildings, so as to check how many houses we have in ground floors and so on. Some dashboards that I'm not going to spend time, but here you have, for example, for vehicles, for demographic aspects, buildings, and more demographic issues. Technology, I will only spend a couple of minutes more. Here you have some risks. First would be fake news, and another is cyber insecurity. I will focus on that. And we, in the municipality, were tackling this by different tools. We in Spain have the ENS, that is the National Schema for Cybersecurity, that is aligned with different initiatives at the European level. And we in the municipality normally, our goal is to have the medium certification level. So, and with that, we deal with physical security, logical security, and so on. So we have defined an office for cybersecurity, and we have the Security Operational Center. And we are acting at 3 levels. First, defining policies, procedures, so at governance level. So we are carrying out producing some documents that are our policy for cybersecurity that should be explained to all the people that are working, and this is the second, the training. With this, we are giving courses to the different employees, but also trying to test them. We send fake phishing messages so as to check if they are pushing and if they are clicking on the link, so they have to go to the course and repeat. And some active measures that consist on buying more hardware and software tools, antivirus and different tools that I don't have time to explain. And why cyber attacks? Cyber attacks are because of different reasons. These four are the main reasons that we have identified. And last, regarding cybersecurity, most of us are officers or people with a specific level of responsibility. Why we are targets of these cyber attacks? Because we manage relevant information. We normally travel quite a lot. We use mobile devices that are more vulnerable. And you have here some potential threats that we are we could be potentially attacked by all this. If necessary, I would spend time in the panel that we will carry out right after this presentation, because I'm running out of time. To finish with some conclusions, so they're obvious. We are exposed to different types of risks. We have a lot of tools. There are some cyber risks that potentially could affect the cities and the officer in particular. And as I have mentioned before, from a drama, from a disaster, we could have an opportunity to have resilience. And to finish with, I would put on the table two things. Data that could, in a word, compile all these aspects that are crucial for tackling these risks, these threats. And, confidence. So we need to create confidence at different levels. But I think that I believe if I have time, I will develop this later in the panel. But as we don't have more time, I wanted to finish with these messages to be developed in the next panel. So thank you for your attention, and we are open to have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just remind everyone that you can ask questions again through Slido. Okay, very quick question from the public, and then we move on to the panel. Thank you.
How big is Valencia data? Can you use the common machine learning tactics to analyze them, or maybe are you thinking about the quantum ones? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the use of data is one of the things that I would have liked to spend more time on that, because, in my opinion, we are producing a lot of data that most of the times are not being used. So we have developed some dashboards for different levels of responsibility, for politicians, for officers, and we check the usage of them, and so we are deceived because, well, you have excellent dashboards, a lot of information, but it's not being used. So then we are not taking advantage of all the potentialities of this data. So I normally use in my presentation a word that is datacracy. So decision-making by data. But sometimes this huge amount of data and the use that we are doing with this data came to my mind the other day to change the C by Z. They take crazy. Crazy. We're getting crazy, first, for not using data, and second, could be because we have too much data. And then managing in the right way is crucial. in my opinion. So, and we are involved in some projects that try to improve this. So we are starting from, we have the data, but we will try to give use and good use for this data in the right way to the right person at the right level of decision making.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our second panel discussion called Smart, Safe and Resilient Beyond the Tech Fix. We've obviously heard a lot about technology, but of course every smart city conversation eventually runs into the same old problem, human beings. So this session will be moderated by Sille Sepp.
Stay, because...
Yes, please, yes. Will be moderated by Sille Sepp, who is the head of Urban Data Ecosystems at the Finest Center for Smart Cities. And the panelists are Denis Nazarenko, a CIO advisor at Kiev City Council, working on digital strategy and the city's digital capabilities, with direct experience how public institutions maintain continuity under pressure. Ernesto, you already met, and also Dr. Mari-Liis Ören, who is the Senior Behavioral Policy Analyst and Health Program Manager at Praxis, a behavioral scientist whose work focuses on evidence-based interventions and crisis preparedness in densely populated areas in Estonia. But please welcome the panel, and happy to hand over to Sille. Thank you.
Thank you, Silver. Instead of Mari-Liis, we have Lita. Unfortunately, Mari-Liis got sick, and so we needed to make a last-minute change. But nevertheless, we have we're very grateful to have Lita Agmentina from the Finest Center, who has also done her PhD on resilience. So, very knowledgeable person to also talk about many of the things that we're going to discuss.
No need to oversell this.
But good afternoon, and also welcome from my side. I think reflecting back throughout the day, this kind of underlying idea has actually been shaping all of the sessions throughout this conference so far, and I think we're going to also continue here, which is that when we think about smart cities and talk about it, quite often we start to talk about the use of digital technologies, data, all of those aspects to really shape and how could we operate cities better. But as you probably have already heard and could probably also resonate with, is that technology alone cannot really make cities resilient by itself. We need people, we need processes, we need the way how we actually think about it, etc. And this is also the kind of, let's say, red thread throughout our conversation that we're going to have. Another kind of reflection from the morning sessions have been that cities are really complex. There's multiple crises going on at the same time. We deal with aspects, you mentioned disinformation and misinformation, then there's climate effects, then there's geopolitical tensions, then there's internal aspects that we need to consider, social fragmentation and so forth. Now, all of this needs to be somehow considered at the same time, and the question becomes, how do you also prioritize between different types of actions? And at the same time, this actually means that we need to consider somehow resilience also as a multi-dimensional and cross-department, cross-division type of work, rather than a single work stream or single policy area or so forth. And that's why I'm really glad to actually have all of you here here in Tallinn and on stage, because all of you have some different ways of working with the topic of resilience. And I think now we're in the, let's say, time of the day to further explore those practical examples, actually, which is also my actually starting question to all of you. That's either from personal or professional experience. Could you please share a brief moment from your past that has actually shaped how you understand resilience? And ladies first.
I really hope this wouldn't happen. Yeah, it's, I did my PhD in urban resilience, and before that I didn't even think about resilience because that was about 10 years ago. And as Esteban said, he worked on resilience for 20 years back, and that topic was just emerging. When I started my PhD, the resilience topic was just getting traction in academia, let's put it that way. So that actually was my first kind of really encounter with this. Therefore, I did all of the theoretical work and empirical work on that before I actually came face to face with some kind of actual crisis. And I think from the personal perspective, probably we all have lived through a pandemic nowadays, something that was so unexpected that we were so unprepared for. So I think that, demanded a certain degree of resilience from the whole society, both on individual and on community level, and also on the governance level, because I would say I really didn't envy anyone on any kind of governmental position who was making these decisions what to do in a situation where we didn't know really what to do. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ernesto.
Well, the thing is that we don't know what is going to happen, because last year we are in a scenario that we are, at least I'm not predicting what's going to happen. Who 5 years ago predicted the COVID-19 pandemic? So nobody. And then I remember that at municipal level, at the IT department, it was really hard, because then all of a sudden we should move from physical work, desktop work, to teleworking. And this was a disruptive change for us. So we have to react immediately to this situation. Some years after, we suffered a fire in a building in Valencia. All the building was destroyed, and it was a disaster. And some months later, we had the Dana. And some months later, we had a power cut that all the systems were down. So things are happening, and we try to be prepared, but normally we are not so good so as to predict what is going to happen. So this, for me, is one of the main difficulties for dealing with that. But after all these events, we are applying contingency plans that at least we had them.
Mm-hmm. Just to, sorry to interrupt, but I think what you're also pointing out right away is the aspect of crises not as exemptions, but actually as somewhat even sometimes as default activities in a way, and we need to be ready for this.
We know that a new one is going to come, but we don't know from where.
Yes. Denis?
No, I just started thinking about the black swan, so maybe it's on a spectrum, because like war in Iraq or in Iran, you're not predicted. For me personally, probably for the large scale, I realized during the first year of the full-scale invasion in Ukraine, and we had a lot of disruption. So cyber attacks, even a few months before start of the war, and then Russian intelligence disinformation campaigns, and then later on power outages. All that in parallel with increased demand for the social services, either from the residents of Kyiv or people who are running from east through Kyiv. So that helps us to realize that basically it's not about the technology per se, or not solely technology. What is really important is where the institutions understand and could perform under pressure. So yes, technology helps, but as any gimmick, today it will be probably AI, like the technology only magnifies what you already have in place. So it probably will only help you to see through that better. So fundamental test is whether we could coordinate properly, where we could make the decision paths clear, and where the residents could really trust information they get. So for me, resilience is not something that we try to bake as soon as something develops heavily, but it's deliberate choices by design done before the crisis.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, definitely.
just to continue right away with you, Dennis, also we've discussed a little bit in the past that you mentioned this quote, resilience by design. When you talk about it, and from your experience also in working with cities in Ukraine, what does that actually mean in practice? How does it happen in everyday work life?
I don't want it to sound like a war briefing or trying to bring a new knowledge. I think His Excellency Mayor of Tallinn put it like at the beginning. You think about the realism, you think about the governance, you think about responsibility. So what we've seen that works universally in cities in Ukraine, like 3 components. The first one was the clear separation, definition of the roles. And you might have the chief resilience officer like in the city of Antwerp. You might have chief information security officer like in the city of Amsterdam. Whoever, there might be a person that doesn't have the name resilience in their title, but there is someone who has enough credibility and he could activate public-private partnership and interaction between different city bodies. Second one, we had a discussion 2 years ago through a City Lab event in Mexico, and there was a question to the mayors, what do you see the biggest threat for you? And so in top 3 was misinformation, disinformation. So for the city to be able to disseminate or send targeted communication and just not, okay, something bad happened in the city, maybe down to the specific district, which we've seen like examples Valencia. This which really saves lives and really helps to avoid some panic. And third one for me would be operational visibility. So it might start with some dashboards you have building some basic data for the mayor or the digital officer. It might come out with a setup of a situational awareness center, but not to have it like fragmented, but the overall picture that really helps to coordinate properly. So for me, resilience by design is eventually how the institutions, information, and communities organized before and during the high pressure.
This is actually quite a good segue to my question to Ernesto, because this operational visibility is also the aspect that you mentioned about building those dashboards and so forth. And at the same time, you also admitted that you monitor that and it's not so used actually. Can you reflect a little bit of like, how can you increase that, that it actually becomes a ongoing operational tool for urban planners, people who have distinct roles and responsibilities then to actually work towards resilience?
Well, we have different strategies so as to expand the message or spread the message. When I have seen this in the morning session, this digital twins about the flood, in which you saw the Helsinki city covered by water. I think that this tool is good with this immersive experience in a way. Let people know what would happen if in this situation. So, for example, digital twins are tools that could work with simulation scenarios, predicting with this amount of rainfall during this period of time, you could have this situation. And if in an easy way to be understood from citizens. So this could be, I think that could be good. Apart from that, I know that I have explained some things about the DANA, and this is an example of what not to do. So sometimes we normally describe our successful story, but not our failure story. And we have this clearly failure story about managing the data. So the data right after or during the disaster wasn't managed well. And you have mentioned a word that has set an alarm in my head, coordination. Because in our case, coordination was really bad. I hope, is it being recorded?
Yes.
I hope not.
It's live streamed.
Maybe it sets also an alarm.
Well, yeah, we had a problem of coordination data, so people are blaming each other of not managing the right data. So after this event, I hope that data will be managed in the proper way, in a more coordinated way, because we have this body for coordination, this control center, but it didn't work. Because, well, let's send an alert for warning people that they should stay at home. No, let's wait. And then the disaster came.
It needs this type of systemic way of creating and making sure that it actually is reliable. We'll actually come back to this aspect also a little bit later. But turning to Lita, I think what I know is also from or has been in your focus in during your research is this aspect of that. When we think about crisis, these are oftentimes these very quick disruptions, natural hazards, conflicts, things that you might predict and you might also be able to assess, but they're still sneaking around the corner in a way, and you don't know when exactly this would happen. But there's also this very, let's say, hidden crisis that you've been looking at that also actually can lead to weakening muscles, if we take an analogy of a human body as a city, then that we actually are not capable of facing those challenges. Can you tell a little bit more about like what to learn from this, and especially in the context of community engagement?
Thanks, Ile. Yes, so I worked more on the concept of slowly occurring crisis, or slow burn, so-called. And essentially, climate change is one example. So, I mean, it hasn't started yesterday. It has started some years ago. And it's just natural disasters is basically already an outcome of a slowly occurring crisis. And this is a cumulative effect as well. So we have similar processes happening. And the thing is, what we see in the society is still nowadays, some people, well, hear the word climate, and this is a high negative, you know, they don't want to accept it. And it's interesting that in some cases, right, it's not politically popular to some degree to admit, okay, we are in a slowly maybe occurring crisis, maybe things are going not the way, let's say, our strategy says it would go. And then if we ignore it long enough, then it becomes an actual problem on a city level. So either we have social issues or there's infrastructure failures and so on. And then I think the takeaway, what we've seen from around Europe and other places, is that, well, you need to be brave enough to maybe make these uncomfortable decisions sometimes, to look at the data, to use the data and really not ignore potential crisis that is slowly coming and sneaking up on you anyway. Of course, we are always on alert for these kind of very disruptive events, and these bring about a need for an immediate response. But proactively, we also need to think about general changes globally that we are experiencing at the moment, right? So we can't ignore both the slow and the fast approaching crises, and we also cannot ignore the fact that we are not necessarily aware of all the crises that could happen. So we talked about of multi-crisis situations, but there's also plenty probably of crises that we still don't know that will occur, I'm guessing, in the next decade or so. So, yeah.
This actually relates a little bit to a question that has come in through Slido, that we've seen already some kind of graphs about what is perceived risk in terms of the ranking, and also like how actually like maybe more objective ways of looking this. But when mapping risks, how do you actually consider different groups in this context? Because risk for one group can be one thing, but for another group it might be a different one. So how to do that, and especially in this context of short-term, long-term view, maybe from your perspective, and then also actually we'll hear also Ernesto's and Dennis's view on that.
Yeah, I think probably Esteban covered it the best. You know, we have different locations with different degrees of vulnerabilities, and also within one city we have different neighborhoods, different built environment setups, you know, and people with different ability to kind of mobilize their own resources and respond to different crises. So hence, we are having this also increasingly discussion in at least academic society about, and also about, let's say, in climate neutrality and climate adaptation discourse about, how do we integrate aspects of justice in this, right? How do we make sure that, for example, our measures that we put in place are not serving just one certain social group as well? And this, again, requires a little bit moving outside your information bubble and actually maybe engaging, especially for decision makers, to engaging with different situations on the ground. You cannot ignore certain social groups, especially, let's say, in the global south cities that are actually vulnerable on top of vulnerable, let's put it that way. Yeah. So there's a different possibilities. So maybe I'll pass it on to you. Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
Well, when we have such a diversity of cities around the world, so when I have shown the map of the list, the ranking of risks, so for sure that will be different in different areas. For us in Europe, for example, there are some social, those in red that could be not so relevant and as in other areas of the world. For example, I'm sure that in Africa, the climate change could be relevant, but for them, the most important thing is to have something to eat every day. So, but focusing on that, the thing is that we should pay attention to all these aspects in which we can have something to do. Because, for example, at municipal level, we have some competencies, and we should work together with the rest of level of government. But we have some fields in which we could have a direct impact, and we try to do our best, for example, in those related to cyber attacks for preventing our resources or for keeping working our resources, but also at environment, even though the environment is not municipal, it's global. But we could take some measures to manage this situation, such as, for example, the Dana, or others that are not natural. For example, we suffered in Spain, the whole country, power cut in April 2025. And it was a drama, so we weren't prepared for that. So what to do now? So and the main outcome, the lesson learned from that, is that we should have at home camping stoves, bottled water, lighters, radio, not electronic, but an analogic radio with batteries. So things that are really basic, but we have noticed that right after this effect. So, and we should have in mind that we have some fields in which we could have more range of influence, and we could work with this risk. For example, at local level, we can do nothing at geopolitical level. So it's at the country level and even bigger, so at worldwide level. But we are now focusing on that, on all the aspects that we could do from a practical side, because cities have some priorities. Most of us in Europe have similar priorities, and we are focusing on that, at least from Valencia perspective.
If I may, Denise, a little bit changing the kind of perspective from that question about, let's say, navigating between the different risks, because of course, if to use the very simplistic Maslow's pyramid of needs, like you need to keep people safe and fed and so forth. So of course, conflicts in Ukraine case is also very much on the top of list what to deal with, but it's not. Ukraine is not, let's say, what's the word? Other crises are also affecting Ukraine at the same time. So, like, how do you actually prioritize attention, resources, all of that, to also deal with other things at the same time?
Well, I think it's again three-part answer. So, one, you consider capabilities of the communities or neighborhoods for self-organizing. Probably close example for Western civilization will be Sunday church meetings. So they know how they cooperate, and in case of crisis, they probably gather in a church and then decide what to do. Second one, obviously, in terms of the infrastructure, there might be a different impact. So back from my telco experience, if the telco cable has been damaged, then probably I'll get several thousand incoming calls. I probably would not need to answer all of them. I could just put an IVR message that, yes, we know the problem, we'll work with that. And you could survive without internet, probably. The other case will be if you don't have the phone connectivity, then you might have vulnerable groups like elderly or people who need special care that should be paid a visit to check if they're okay, if they need any kind of support. And then a third part would be around the, again, about the information. So I will not call it to the granular level, but as specific and as a minimum practical, you could provide data. Let's say, okay, something crisis happening around you, you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. That will really help instead of saying, yeah, the crisis level is red or orange. That might impact this group and the estimated damage is whatever. What I really like, and I shared yesterday when we discussed, and this beautiful concept of value of societal life. So eventually the cost the society is willing to absorb to save one's life. So for last year, for EU, it was 3.8 to 4.2 million euros. And when you have discussions with your leadership in a city or digital leaders, like if somebody says, well, we might not do something special in the public safety resilience, say, well, if only that could save 10 lives, it's already meaningful and work around that. But again, as Chief of Police mentioned, it's probably testing, training, exercising for any continuity plans to be validated. And yes, for sure, you need to do that probably on an early basis, if not even more frequently. Like we did in Kyiv, we did several exercises. The two largest was one, what will happen if Russia will destroy the water dam and the flooding speed and how evacuation should work. That didn't happen, thank God. Second one was what will happen if missile will target either of the power generating plants. This happened last year and this year, and then we've seen to the scale that the efforts were needed. So you always have finite resources. You might have infinite problems, so you prioritize what services could be put on hold, like given permission for placement of new advertisement. If you have power outages, probably that could wait a bit. But if you need to provide extra emergency medical support, that should be done like immediately.
Yeah, when you, sorry, but I wanted to react to his contribution. Establishing priorities, I think that is crucial. And there are some aspects that initially they are not the main priorities. And I would like to put the example of cybersecurity. As I have mentioned before, cybersecurity is a huge threat. And, but it's not politically sexy to invest on cybersecurity until you have an attack. And then you notice that, well, what I wish I would have spent more money in cybersecurity. We have some examples in Spanish cities that they are suffering the impact of a cyber attack months later. And during some months, the whole activity of the municipality has been locked. So nothing. And imagine all the activity in the municipality not being not having access to the systems, to the files, to the bills, to nothing. So it's a drama. And sometimes it's difficult to seduce the decision makers to invest in some aspects such as cybersec, for example.
It needs to hurt to start moving sometimes. It's a question about how to maybe trigger that. And actually this example of using some maybe fake videos to create the dramatic kind of response that Peter also talked about in the morning can maybe sometimes be a way to generate that. But I wanted to also come back, Ernesto, to one of your points that you mentioned during the talk, that to create confidence. And in your use of digital twins and cityverses and so forth, I wanted to ask, how do you actually, or do you use those tools also to engage the citizens and communities and ecosystem partners to use those tools to somehow simulate, work with that, and through that perhaps also create some level of confidence to deal with hazards?
I know that you're involved in a type of projects in which confidence is crucial, that is data spaces. Now, data spaces are everywhere, as digital twins are, and we are managing projects for data spaces in which we have different data providers, data consumers, someone that is governing the data space. And here, the main word that always appears in the talks about data spaces is confidence. So you have to have confidence within the different stakeholders, that producers, consumers, and I have even heard about having a rank. As you rank the hotels in Booking or wherever, you rank the trustworthy or the confidence that you have in different stakeholders of this ecosystem, because this is a data ecosystem, the data spaces. You could have even a marketplace with an economy of the data. And then for moving forward in this new paradigm of data sharing, the key word is confidence and collaboration again.
This again is a good segue. I don't know. It seems like there's a narrative building because we've talked a little bit about the different use of digital technologies in the use of also managing those crises and building resilience and so forth. Lita, like when you look at this aspect of using technologies actually as tools, how do you see that? Like, does it strengthen our muscle towards building resilience? Or it actually also at the same time creates sometimes vulnerabilities?
I think it does both, depending, of course, as with every digital tool, it depends on how you use it and for what purpose do you use it. If we, for example, take an example of just communication or citizen engagement, right, which is rather crucial during the times of crisis, also during the preparation for any crisis, right? Digital tools are good to reach many with the same message, for example. At the same time, not all people are open to using digital tools, and there's also different kinds of digital tools, especially for communication purposes nowadays. So, and the population is diverse. So you probably need to use a kind of a multi-tool approach to reach everyone, if in the times of crisis. So yeah, it's also very interesting. For example, in Latvia, we are currently testing this kind of announcements on a mobile phone, right? And they are kind of hiding it behind like some kind of rather ridiculous emergency situations, like slippery streets this winter, for example. We have everyone receives a message on their phone, right? And so people are starting to complain, so why are we receiving? I mean, this is not really emergency. What is, of course, hidden behind it, they just need to really test the system on the national level. And if they actually openly said that, I think there wouldn't be such a big kind of commentary on social media. Oh my God, this is again happening, you know? So again, how we communicate, which tools we use to communicate, and also, of course, confidence and trust building into these tools is also very important, so that you really know that the information is coming from a trustworthy source is also very important, especially during times of crisis.
What about Denise? I know that in Ukraine you're really using a lot of advanced tools also for managing those situations. In your experience, what are some of the aspects that you really see that really help to manage crisis situations?
I like what Kristen from GLA mentioned earlier about that the data is not automatically means insights, and overload of data is not always good, because just because you think that being able to aggregate data that will then trigger some actions, not usually the case. So historically speaking, many cities, transportation and utilities and a police and fire department, there will be different authorities with different systems, and then you have the data silos and process breakdowns and some delays. So probably the biggest impact which we will have is to create a shared situation awareness. And then I always give this example, probably the favorite one, the movie Die Hard with Bruce Willis. So you see, okay, the guy is coming, nothing. Oh, now you have that body, okay, then we'll get FBI engaged. And then it increases by the going top for the level of authority. So shared situation awareness and then trusted communication channel with feedback loop. Those two where you'll get the tremendous value, and you could use it both in the crisis and under normal operations.
So it's not even so much about specific tools, but really that the way how we use the tools to create that type of shared understanding.
Yeah, like because again, the aspect we discussed, cities will have different sets of data, different sets and different systems which you historically has collected. Now you need something on top of that that you could really ensure the service orchestration, be it then for the maintenance operation, be that for the working under pressure or any extreme crisis, let's say related to climate change.
Mm-hmm. We see that time's up, so I'll just do a very quick last round from each of you. We saw that the graph when we started the afternoon part was that we lean more of this Gaussian curve with how ready local communities are for resilience. Nobody responded that they're on a scale of 5 being ready. So in your case, what is the one thing that you recommend local communities to do as in the next year, actually? Just to put a time frame for it as well. Do you want to start?
Well, yeah, I think what is rather useful, one thing is, of course, what Ernesto already mentioned, is to prepare yourself to some degree individually, get some of the stuff you need at home. I think, I don't know how it is in Estonia, but in Latvia, the 72-hour kind of toolkit is rather popular these days. Yeah, and I think maybe check who your neighbors are. Are they good people? Can you rely on them in case of crisis? And currently, we also have an increasing opportunity to at least undergo some basic training, what will happen in emergency situation, what to do, where to go, what communications channels to follow. I think this is just the basic for the individual and for the community or your neighborhood as well. So
instead of 1, we got 3. Good.
Sorry.
Ernesto.
Yeah, I would like to focus on the right use, the sensible use of data. We are producing a lot of data and use this data with purpose. So not having data for having more data, but with a purpose, used in a friendly way, so as to make it more usable for decision makers. And in this group, I would also add citizens. And finally, to collaborate. So let's work together. And normally, I love this African proverb that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go farther, go together. And then, in this case, going together, collaborating cities. We have different spaces of collaboration, networks, initiatives. And I think that they are really useful for learning from each other, not reinventing the wheel every time.
Mm-hmm. Dennis?
I'm sort of prominent supporter of the position that, well, every resident owns the city and defines the priority by voting, polling, public participation. I just written something super short, but I just want to read it. I think it gives the beauty for that. So, resilience is a deliberate governance discipline expressed through how decisions are made, how responsibility is assigned, and how institutions behave under pressure. So when those disciplines are in place, resilience becomes viable, visible, and actionable when needed. And so ultimately, all discussion we had today and we'll following will be about what kind of institutions cities really want to be. And the community will be the main force.
Very good. Thank you for summarizing this also to this nice thought. We have a couple of minutes actually also to take questions from here, from the room. I see a hand coming up already there.
Hi, thank you for an interesting panel. Still Alessandro, still from the Lisbon Council. I think you a little bit touched upon it, and maybe also this morning, but maybe if it's relevant, I wanted to highlight something or ask you to highlight something. So already when I read like smart, safe and resilient, for me safe and resilient is an explanation of what smart means for a given city, for example. Working a lot with innovation, it's the same thing. Everyone talks about innovation, but what is innovation? Like for what purpose, right? So the other day, and I finish my premise, I was listening to a podcast by Rainer Kattel, I think everyone knows him, and he was talking...
Yeah.
What?
He's from UCL.
Yes. So he was mentioning about how basically some capacity and capability for innovation, it's actually capacity and capability to anticipate and, for example, avoid these strategic surprises, which to me is very similar to what resilience and safety means. So I wanted to ask you if you have maybe in your experience a specific team, department, office, who's kind of like, if there is, in charge of kind of like this anticipatory work, or maybe who could be there if there isn't today. Mm-hmm. Hope it was clear. Thank you.
Maybe directed to people working in the cities then, Ernesto.
I have to admit that we haven't. We, as I have said, we produce data, for example, for the mayor's office, and probably we miss this profile for scientists of data. So new careers are flourishing, and related to IT, I think that these profiles for analytics, analyzing the data are necessary, and up to now, we, as in the public administration, is not agile to create new, in the list of positions in the municipality, we don't have this for data analytics. So we have statistics, statistic profiles, analysts, but not with this profile of IT. So I think that, that having this could improve the management of data so as to produce reports that could be more understandable for the mayor's office, for example. Because if we expect people from the mayor's office starting the computer and then accessing the dashboards, probably we have been too optimistic.
Mm-hmm. Dennis?
I'll probably counter-argument will say in what sense cities are smart. They're sensible. But to answer your question, in our case in Kyiv, the CDTO CIO line, even though it's digital IT, but we de facto operate as a change management office. We just narrating and making changes through digital and helping departments. But in any case, you cannot just force anyone to say, tomorrow you are really advanced and innovative. Like, no, you need to create an ecosystem where they will be really feasible. So we are lucky to have a mandate from the mayor to sustain positive change and bring an impact. And it goes at the speed that city and internal departments could do. And last piece, but important, I had a discussion with a gentleman who is head of the Institute for Smartest Cities of South America, and they did research back in 2022 asking what is the #1 reason for fail of smart city programs. And #1 was the failure to communicate what change means for the people working in a city council or the city hall. So you'll probably start with people, and then all the rest will come up. Technology, partners, use cases, and hopefully then some recognition.
I'll take one question also from Slido that has come in, and I'll direct it to you because you mentioned the slow burn crisis, and the person asked what could be the slow burn crisis in the Baltic Sea area that we have to be prepared for.
Baltic Sea area, that's very specific. Well, for full disclosure, so my PhD was on urban shrinkage in Riga, which is the capital city of Latvia. It's because the population is decreasing, and this essentially creates a rather vicious loop for the city and city development. So that is like example of one slowly occurring crisis, because typically you ignore the population decrease until you expect that it will start growing at some point, and somehow, specifically in Riga, this hasn't happened in the Baltics. Well, we also have gone through an economic crisis. This was probably also something that people knew will occur, but somehow ignored it. So yeah, and I think in Baltics, like everywhere else, eventually climate change will catch up with us. We've been rather lucky in our geolocation, but it probably, not going to stay that for a very, very long time. Yeah, but I did want to comment on anticipatory governance, but okay.
Then if it's short, you can still comment. No? All right. Then I will just encourage you to find each other also during the coffee break. If I'm not mistaken, then it's time for that. Thank you so much for the panelists.
Thank you. We will now take a short coffee break and we'll resume at 3. But organizers would like to remind you one thing. If you haven't signed under your name on the registration form by the entrance, please do so. Thank you. And we'll meet again at 3.
Documented.
Hello, hello. If I could kindly ask you to take your seats again, please. Thank you. Anname 1 minuti veel. Sorry. So ladies and gentlemen, if I could get your attention, please. We are about to start the final session. If I could ask you to take your seats, please. Thank you. Sorry. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Thank you. We're about to start with the final session. So we now enter the final stretch of today's program, where we'll look at two essential questions: how resilience can be financed, and what the next decade of urban resilience may look like. But we have one more audience question before we continue, and the question is, through Slido, what is the biggest barrier your city or organization faces in advancing urban resilience? So please share your answer. Another sort of 20-30 seconds. So sorry, you have to choose one of them, yeah? One of the 7. So the difficulties to find funding, limited cross-sector collaboration, cybersecurity, lack of working solutions, lack of know-how, inefficient institutional governance and leadership. Okay. Seems inefficient institutional governance and leadership is the biggest barrier, and also difficulties to find funding. Well, we may find an answer for that, because we have now come to the topic that makes every good idea either possible or hypothetical: money. Our next speaker is René Reisner. He is the Green Transition Coordinator at the Estonian Climate Ministry. His recent work has focused on climate adaptation, the green transition, empowering regions and local governments, sustainable energy solutions, and environmental impact assessment. So he will speak on financing resilience, EU-level funding opportunities for municipal climate action. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm here to explain how the EU funding landscape looks to us, for the ones that try to make most use of it for climate purposes and reaching our climate ambitions. So to start off, I have to say that this is an incredibly difficult topic to discuss. And the other thing is that it's incredibly difficult to find a person in the EU who could explain how the EU funding works. So I'm going to talk to you purely from my personal experience working here in Estonia with local governments and regions. Sometimes I also work with local governments and regions across Europe in other European Union member states. But in many cases, we have quite similar problems when it comes to the funding. And to start with and to give you the main highlight of my presentation or intervention here is that it's the most difficult is indeed to understand how the EU funding system works and where you have to be and how to get access to it. But of course, there are like many other things that you have to consider when you go for it and when you try to implement your plans. So why this topic is important for us, why this matters. First of all, we have climate ambitions, we see climate changes, many things are happening around us, and we also have climate strategies and we have good plans, but often we realize that we don't have enough money, we're lacking funding for these good plans, and this is usually what somehow turns down our plans or cuts down our ambition, because we feel somewhat like unable to get the relevant funding for our plans, and this doesn't make our future look good. So we have quite often good plans, but we end up not having enough money to implement those plans. So why this matters, once again, is that in order to have our plans implemented, to move forward our ambitions, we also have to understand where to get the relevant funding for these good plans that we have. And so this is the main question, from where to get the funding. In municipalities at the local level, in local governments, this is usually the place where everything happens. So it's not a national level, it's not an EU level, it's not a global level. We talk about these things, but actually what happens, what we see, what happens around us, floods, droughts, our infrastructure, resilience, our energy efficiency issues, it all happens around us in the living environment where we are, and we see it every day. So from that point of view, municipalities, local governments are the center of working and struggling with climate risk, and this is the place where we need to implement climate solutions. And putting it into more practical terms, so in cities, at the local level, what do we have? We have roads, we have mobility, we have water management, we have spatial planning, we have energy systems, urban infrastructure. Everything has to do something with climate. Everywhere we have to consider how the climate will affect those systems in the future. 75% of Europeans live in cities, and roughly around 70% of global CO2 emissions come from the cities. So therefore, when we have climate objectives, climate targets that we are going for and trying to achieve those targets, so the practical place where this should happen and has to happen is cities, our own living environment. As said already, plans may be good, plans may be efficient, plans may be nice. It's nice to read those documents, but if the investment is not there, nothing will happen. Many cities already have climate resilience plan, adaptation plans, energy plans, sustainability strategies, but this doesn't solve the issue. This doesn't take us any closer to our targets. And looking what is happening in Europe, in the European Union, taking the data from the mission cities, there are like 28 EU mission cities, they predict, they plan investments worth 300 billion euros, which is the investment gap, which is basically the money that we're missing to implement our plans, and not taking into account what we have in our plans. The damage that the climate change is causing us is annually approximately 45 billion euros. So these are the things that we have to consider when we go for EU funding, when we try to think about where to get additional funding. These are the numbers that we are trying to address, trying to lower the damage, trying to be more prepared when doing more investments. And when it comes to the EU funding, then in general, the EU funding is only one part of funding that we normally use. So at the local level, we have local funding available. We also have national funding available. So this is the most typical situation in every country in Europe, that we can use different sources. But what is important here to know is that even that is not often enough. So we need to cooperate. We need to understand what are these different sources. We need to understand what types of projects we have, what sort of funding we need, what sort of financial support do we need. So it's good that we know that these different funding mechanisms are already there, but we have to be more specific when it comes to the specific projects. And again, from the perspective of local governments, we have to keep in mind that approximately 55% of public investments happens at the local level. So to support the local level, to make municipalities to keep them strong, to make them strong in terms of getting additional funding and making their plans work is one of the most important tasks for me in my work and also for local actors who work in local governments and municipalities. To give you a big picture how this works, so usually national funding focuses more on issues that relate to core public services, infrastructure, maintenance, scaling proven solutions. And when we look at the EU level funding, then EU level funding mostly and most frequently focuses on innovation, testing new approaches, cross-border cooperation, and knowledge transfer between regions. So the important point here is that EU funding helps cities to innovate, collaborate, and develop scalable solutions. And if these solutions are scalable, then usually these solutions are already taken care of or funded by the national budget or local budgets from funds that are already there. So from my point of view, to give you the main difference, so this is the main difference, and this is actually the main idea why we have to go for the EU funding and what we can expect from the EU level funding. And often here in Estonia as well, when we talk about additional funding, then we have really practical problems that need to be taken care of. But what we forget and what we to what we don't pay enough attention to is that specifically what the EU wants from us. Once again, they want innovation, they want experimentation, they want testing, they want cooperation, knowledge transfer. So quite often what happens at the local level, at really practical level, is that people say to me that we don't want this. We just want our things to be done. We want new roads, we want new stormwater systems to be built. And this is nice, but unnecessary. But when you go for EU funding, once again, so this is the system, that's what they want. So you have to keep it in mind. The typical different EU funding instruments, they support different stages of a project development. So this is another thing that you have to consider. You just cannot go there with your good project and ask for money, but you have to consider that maybe you have to go through a whole process to end up with the final funding for your good idea or good project. So typically the EU funding focuses or provides for early stage funding that focuses on policy learning, cooperation. Cities may then test, innovate technologies or governance approaches through pilot projects. And once the successful solutions are identified, cities can prepare bankable investment projects or go for the national funding or local funding that is already there available. And finally, when it comes to the large investments, then large investments can be implemented through structural funds or development funds or bank financing. So this is the typical project transformation pathway that we can see in EU funding. And when trying to map or to illustrate this landscape, so this is yet again the task that has probably never been done before. So I try to give my best to somehow categorize these. So in general, there are like structural and investment funds, there are research and innovation focused funds, investment finance, mostly dealing with banks. There are funds focusing more on territorial cooperation. There are thematic programs and very specific area, which is called cascade funding. Again, related to different other programs that are already there. So this is, in a very simple way, to give you the view of how this works. And there are like hundreds of different programs with very nice names where you can go to and ask for funding and project support, but we'll get to this in a minute. So the key takeaway here is that EU funding instruments serve different purposes, but together support the full project cycle. So you have to be the master to understand where you are with your project and hit or find the right place to go to. Here are some of the examples that now describe these different programs, different funds, organizations that provide support. Mostly here in this area, in the Baltic Sea region, we are quite frequently dealing with Interreg programs. Interreg Europe covers the whole Europe, but here in the Baltic Sea region we have Interreg Central Baltic, Interreg Baltic Sea region programs. There's URBACT program, European Urban Initiative, and typically what they do is that when it comes to cooperation and policy learning, then they support exchange of experience, study visit, development of policy strategies, pilot testings, trainings and capacity buildings. Another type of or group of funding is goes for the innovation and demonstration, which is again quite a typical case. And for those, some of the examples are like Horizon programs, LIFE programs, innovation funds, EU missions, and other similar that relate to those. Of course, when it comes to the Horizon programs, this is a whole completely different world to go into, but specifically dedicated for municipalities, local governments, you can find many instruments that can support your project in different stages. So ultimately, innovation funding allows cities to test solutions that can be later scaled up. So this is where we get, these are the examples where we could get funding for innovation and demonstration. And the third group of sources where to get funding would be for preparation, for instance, and investment readiness. And there are like plenty of EU instruments that support this. We have quite frequently come across with technical support instrument. European Urban Initiative is one of the places where you can go to. Invest EU Advisory Hub, European City Facility. So these are the places where you can go when you have your project in a preparation phase or you're just thinking about your project, and from there you can get additional funding or funding to make your project perfect, project idea perfect, and go on to the next level of funding. So when it comes to making a good project, and there's always a question what it is, what makes a project a good project. A strong EU project is not only about funding, but it's also about demonstrating innovation, cooperation, partnerships, and impact. So these are the main three groups that I just showed you. And what evaluators look at when they see a project proposal is that they want to see a very clear problem definition. They want to see strong partnership. They want to see new approaches, governance models, new methods to be tested, developed, and they want to see the relevance not only for one city, but perhaps something that could be scalable for the whole region or for the larger region. And if you can do good with this, this is one of the things that can support the success of your project. And the main challenges, well, we had questions just before my intervention. What are the barriers? So there are like many, and it depends where you are and what type of local government you have. What are your specific problems in relation to climate? But most typically, we can list administrative capacity, experiences. We don't have enough experiences with EU funding. We have difficulties to build international partnerships, and we have limited resources to develop project ideas. And smaller cities are often most vulnerable to these because in many cases they might have all these barriers present at the same time. So again, also to overcome these barriers, you would have to work with your capacity building and cooperation that can make this work for you and make you stronger in going through this process. So to sum up my short intervention here on EU funding, then I would like to say first that cities play a central role in climate mitigation and resilience because many of the most important decisions on infrastructure, mobility and buildings are taken locally. So we have to look what we do at places at the local level because this is where change takes place. Financing is the critical enabler, and the main question is always where to get funded. So it's difficult to understand from where to get the relevant funding, but it is important to understand that EU focuses on very specific types of funding. So just as I mentioned, you have to be innovative, you have to do cooperation, you have to have territorial cooperation, and you have to share knowledge, share experience, you have to test experiments, so all these things are relevant for making and coming up with scalable solutions for the climate mitigation and climate change. And to conclude from my side, resilient and climate neutral cities are not only well planned, they are also well financed. So to get well financed, you have to understand where you are, what is your project, and you have to really find the right source of financing. And if you can do that, you can reach your targets. Unfortunately, I cannot give you all the answers, and unfortunately, I'm not able to guide you to the specific funding source. But any other questions that you might have in relation to this funding landscape in EU, I will remain open here for your questions and discussion if necessary. But to give you the short overview of funding landscape, so this was my input for you. So thank you.
Thank you, René. Thank you. If you can stay, yeah. We have time for one question from the public. Yeah, this lady. Oh, Helen.
I have a very straightforward question. We all know in Estonia it's quite challenging to talk about climate these days, especially in terms of local municipalities, because of the political mindset. So the question is, from the state perspective, how is the state sort of having a dialogue with the municipalities that they would take on climate as a serious topic? What sort of dialogue are you having in Estonia right now? Thank you.
So there are like across Europe, we have different approaches how we address climate issues, climate targets, climate neutrality as such. In Estonian case, this approach is more at the state-focused. So the government, national government, defines the objectives, the national government describes the targets in relation to the climate change. And to be honest and to make it clear, then local governments over here do not have any specific targets in relation to that. So it's somewhat like expectation from the national government that local governments would take necessary steps and go along with these targets. But at the same time, looking from the national level, we also expect that local governments work for their people. Local governments consider what affects their people, and local governments keep in mind that the environment where their people are living should be safe, should be livable, should be nice in terms of looking nice, and these are the things that really relate to these climate ambitions. So we could say that for sure there are like no specific targets for the local governments, but at the same time there are things that should happen anyway. So when it comes to your question, how do we keep this dialogue? So the honest answer is that there is no direct dialogue, daily dialogue with local governments and between the national government on climate issues, but there are like many different processes, ongoing instruments, legal instruments, regulatory aspects in place to guide this process. And for instance, when it comes to the regulations, then we could start with national level plans, climate resilience plans, national energy and climate action plans, and these are the ones that should get the input from the local level. So we expect the same thing to happen at the local level. And I think from the practical point of view, the most understandable cooperation and most understandable dialogue takes place with the national government and the local government when it comes to the funding. So national funding sources are the ones that support local actions, and this is where the dialogue takes place when local governments apply for funding from the national sources, and this is the place where we discuss more specifically what needs to be done, how you plan your things, what is the future perspective, what really needs to be funded. And one of the instruments that we are now pushing forward and trying to work with local governments is local climate and energy plans that we expect to have for every local government here in Estonia. And those documents are the ones that should be the basis for the dialogue in the future. But still there are like not many, but some of the local climate and energy plans are missing. So we do expect that these will be in place all over Estonia, and they will be the documents that we can discuss climate issues with local governments. So it was perhaps quite a long answer. But I
Did you get the answer, Helen?
Hope you get the idea that there is no direct telephone line. So I'm probably the most direct person to have this dialogue with, because this is one of my specific tasks at the ministry, to be in a dialogue with the local government. So if you feel that you don't have this dialogue, so dial my number, I'll be there for you. Thanks.
Perhaps this topic needs a separate event. But yeah, thank you indeed, René Reisner. Thank you. Let's have a call. And now we turn from funding to the longer view. So our next speaker is Laura Hallenius. She's a senior lead for growth from critical technologies at Sitra, which is an innovation fund in the happiest country in the world, Finland. She has more than 20 years of experience in societal transformation with a strong background in AI, the data economy and public sector innovation. And her work looks at how critical technologies can strengthen long-term resilience and competitiveness. So please join me welcoming Laura. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you have still energy, because now it's kind of a time to start wrapping up and think a little bit ahead. So how does the next decade of urban resilience would look like? We have been talked today a lot of issues: floods, digital twins, financing, resilience, and so on and so on. And at least from my side, I feel a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. There's been so much information. But the main point of these kind of events is that what are we going to do next? What are the key takeaways that you are going to take from this event with you? So in this keynote, I hope that I can have some kind of, I can help you somehow to formulate your ideas in your head and take this time to, you know, letting the puzzles go into their places and maybe formulate what is going to be your key takeaway from here and what actions are you going to take next. So I come from the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra, which is a 1 billion fund under the Finnish Parliament. We are foresight partners, so we do a lot of traditional think tank work, but we are also an innovation partner. So we actually fund projects that are essential for Finland, for Finland's renewal. And usually these are public-private partnerships. And one concept that we are really known for is Sitra's megatrends. So the megatrends 2062 look like this. We just published them. So I would say maybe nothing new here. The whole Europe is facing the same problems. We are facing the aging population. At the same time, the transformation of the world order tests the strength of our democracy. The environmental crisis demands adaptation and renewal. And then there's the AI. And the AI is at the same time opportunity, but a major problem for our democracies. And what has become clear today is not that these megatrends exist. It's that they are really connected. So we don't have luxury to start to solve one problem at a time. We are living, like it's already said, in this multi-problem world, where these things are interlinked. I think it was Esteban who said that you cannot start to try to build solution for climate change if people don't have enough food. So these are kind of the things that we are handling at this moment. This is my hopeful slide. Even though we live in a times that is full of surprises, and these megatrends and how they are interlinked are actually forcing us to renew. We still have agency. The cities have still agency. So we actually can act. We have public procurement, capacity building. We have so many tools that we can use. We can have the financing tools. So I think if we start now to anticipate what is coming and using those tools in advance, so I think everything is going to be quite okay. But these are the megatrends, but I actually want to go a little bit deeper in one trend that might not be talked so much today. So my question at the moment is that are we sleepwalking into digital dependency? So many governments, many cities are optimizing their digital systems for efficiency and cost. In doing so, we may have sleepwalk into the dependencies on infrastructures we neither fully understand nor control. I give you a couple of examples. 80% of the digital services that we are using daily are non-Europeans. So only 20% of the services are from Europe. And 4 to 5% of infrastructure that is used by AI is from Europe. And this is actually giving us a little bit problems when the geopolitics are changing. How well prepared are we at the moment? So the geopolitics can maybe break business as usual. We see this almost every day. In Finland, we are constantly, and also in Estonia, we are constantly under the interference of GPS signals. These are kind of the invisible infrastructures that we have. And we just understand how dependent we are on technologies like this when something happens and we don't have to have that technology anymore. That is affecting our maritime, that is affecting our aviation, and we have been taking these kind of fallbacks now to kind of a traditional ways of navigating. Then we have the cable breaks. We all know, who are from Finland and Estonia, that there's always these anchors breaking the cables, just, you know, you just don't know where they are, so, yeah. And then I would say that the war is going on at the moment in cyberspace. The cities are under constant cyber attacks. And this is not just something that happens sometimes. This is a constant threat for us. So the question is how we are prepared. And then there is this thing. And the thing is like how actually dependent we are on these cloud services that are non-Europeans. I think in Sweden, I was in one of the events and somebody calculated that Sweden would paralyze in 3 hours' time if Microsoft would stop giving their services to Sweden. I think the same would apply in Finland. We are so dependent in Microsoft services, especially healthcare area. And think about it, in 3 hours' time, our hospitals, our healthcare system would paralyze. Are we prepared enough, is my question. And how we start to build this capacity today. I think the public sector has a really, really important role in this. First, we have to understand the risk. And then we have to start prepare. Because the public sector is also a buyer. We can use the power of public procurement. We have good European services, but those services need customers in order to grow. So the resilience in digital space is ultimately about maintaining control over our critical capabilities, not just efficiency. And I hope that this is something that you keep in mind. So this is just a little bit, you know, a practical stress test for you. So in digital space, what could break and what could break first? Is it the identity and access? So who can log in? Or is there somebody who can log in who shouldn't log in? Or is it the connectivity? Today has been a lot of talk about from Spain especially, that when these kind of systems don't operate together anymore, and you don't get the right data, for example. Then there is this compute and cloud that I just mentioned. If our cloud services don't function, we don't have the digital services. And last but not least is the data integrity. Are our decisions made by the right data? Is the data corrupted? Do we have old data? How we make sure that we have right data when we have to make the decisions? And maybe the question is not so much about how prepared, what could break first, but how we will prepare for those kind of catastrophes. And I think it's already said today that this is also a leadership problem. It's really important that we have kind of people who are able to make decisions and quick decisions in situations that are not normal. And finally, this is something that I was thinking when I prepared this presentation. The urban resilience and the digital resilience, it's not about avoiding dependency. It's also building adaptive capacity. So first is the foresight, so the anticipation. We have been talking a lot about data today. And many have said that you have this beautiful dashboard full of data. But somebody said that, well, we are using that data only to, decide where we put our kindergartens. And I think somebody else said that we have the data, but we are too busy to use it. And maybe in an age of AI, we can actually use also AI to give insights based on that data. I have the same problem at my work. We have so much data collected, and I have different really beautiful dashboards, but I don't have time to use the data. And what is use of the data if you cannot use it? So maybe we could have also data analytics who understand also the policymakers, but also the data, to kind of be the knowledge brokers between the data and policymakers. That would be my suggestion, and maybe the AI could help here. Then there's the continuity. So we really need resilient digital and physical infrastructures to be in place. And I think Ukraine is one of the places that has shown that when you have these kind of flexible digital infrastructures in a time of crisis, it helps a lot. I'm referring to DIAS, which is this digital service for Ukrainian people. And I think that Estonia has done also a wonderful job in digital governance, and in Finland we should really look into these countries and learn and be quick building better digital governance and digital services. And also during the lunch break we were talking about we, the Europeans, usually think that we are really good in digitalization. But I just came from India, and I have to say that maybe sometimes we could also look at the developing countries. They are quite witty with their services, like, for example, India Stack or Brazilian Stack. We could look there and maybe think about a little bit, can we learn from the other places as well? And then finally, there is the agency. So we have the agency, the cities have the agency. The public sector can be the shaper of AI markets and standards, and in wider spectrum, the all digital service market. We can have public-led pilots. We can use procurements to define rules, roles, and safeguards before we start to scale. So this is just that we have to understand that if we want digital services that help us to be resilient in this geopolitical situation, we really, really, really also have to buy them. So the task may seem large, and at least I am a little bit overwhelmed what I have heard today. But we are not in a mercy of the megatrends. So it's time to roll up our sleeves and start working together. And if you need some kind of practical tools, we have all the megatrends materials online. So if you want to start using them and doing a foresight activities at your city, you can download these for free at sitra.fi, or you can also Google them. It's Sitra and Megatrends 2026. You can find them at our website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anyone? If in that case, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So just to summarize as well in a way. So if we meet again in 10 years' time from now, what would you say, what will distinguish cities that truly became resilient from the ones who only talked about it?
I would really, really, really like to see the cities starting to use the best tools that are provided by the European startups. So that is actually something that I would really like to see, that we have a new kind of innovative digital services that help our citizens. And then I would really like to see that the foresight activities that the cities are doing based on data and using the AI tools would be a kind of, somebody said that it doesn't matter if you go to the gym once, but you have to constantly go there to become a fit. So I think the foresight and resilience are the same thing, that you have to constantly practice them.
Thank you very much indeed. If there's no more questions, we'll let Laura to go. Thank you very much indeed, Laura and Lenis. And we have now come to the final part of today's program. And to help us draw the threads together, I'm pleased to invite Ralf Martin Soe, Assistant Professor at Tallinn University of Technology, Smart City Researcher, and the Founding Director of the Finnish Center for Smart Cities, for the final words and reflections. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I think I can see the most resilient people here, not cities, but people, because you actually made it to this moment. You didn't leave, or you came later. Also here and online. So this is fabulous. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'm a professional speaker to some extent. Just 2 days ago, I was giving a 3-hour lectures in Aalto. I'm well prepared. I see that you are very interested, so I would be very enthusiastic to go into that, or to show at least 1 or 2 slides, which I don't do, obviously, because I can see that my role is actually to thank you. I will come later to thank you, Bart, and then also to come to try to summarize a bit what has been discussed today as well. And first of all, I also have to mention as a start off that I've been moving more hands off from this event. and I can see that me being hands-off is actually a good thing for a forum as such. So every time it's getting actually better, and I'm very thankful for that. I think like this comparison between city and society and people and body is something that we can all take away with. And then I think like city is even a bit more messy than a body, because city is actually a sum of all bodies, all people in the environment, in a positive and negative way. And what makes it even more difficult is that every moment there's a change in this body from a people's perspective. If I think about city as a accumulation of everybody here, or everybody in the same place, then every moment somebody is born and every moment somebody is dead. And then it gets even more trickier, because every moment somebody comes to the city, like many of you have traveled here from very many places, and you are here, you're part of that city. Even though very often it is thought that city is mainly for residents or citizens, but it is actually not, especially in cities like Tallinn, where in many places all the time you have more tourists and more visitors than citizens themselves. And I think it is also not normative in a way that needs to be, and I think that was discussed as well, that this accumulation of cities is both good and bad at the same time. There's drug centers and there are kindergartens, and there are very terrible things happening during the nights, and there are very nice things happening as well. So this is the mess we are actually dealing with. And then if you think about resilience, I like this concept as well of dividing it into natural disasters and man-made or conflicts ones as well. And I also like this analogy that sometimes working with conflicts can take the negative side out of a human being, and then sometimes, or being in the conflict, let's say, and sometimes being in the natural disasters can actually take the positive side out of a human being. And this is actually really fundamental if you talk about human settlement and if you talk human beings as well, because we as humans, and this is actually psychologically proven as well. A very long time ago, I was listening to a lecture of one of the most famous psychologists born to Estonia, but he's a US psychologist, Jan Valsiner. And back then, like, it didn't make sense to me, because he was saying that we as humans, we are trained to adapt very rapidly. And he gave an analogy that if a war starts, next day we are different. We are acting different as human beings. We are acting different as a society. It's not only with war, it's all kind of terrible shocks that changes how we are acting. And we can actually be the ones we don't want to be, both in a positive and negative way. So this is something really difficult to consider. On the other hand, like with this kind of thinking about the similarity to human psychology as well, is that resilience is very much related to stress. But in terms of stress, there's like positive stress, eustress, and negative stress, distress, at the same time. So in a way, sometimes you need like a small problems, small conflict to avoid a bigger one. And sometimes like a positive development in the city environment, like everybody has been there, everybody has seen that you know, let's have this utopic idea to have a metro connection in Tallinn, and the next 10, 20 years, it's a mess. Everybody hates it. And this is also like kind of resilience, because and also from a positive side, because the aim is a positive, but there is stress, and sometimes there's like a negative stress, sometimes there's a positive stress as well. And I also liked the idea of thinking about different cities and different sizes of cities, and also the dependency on technology that came out throughout everywhere. And I think here definitely like smaller cities tend to be more resilient, mainly because of less dependencies from infrastructure side. And on other hand, you can only grow a city like London with help of technology, and you can only grow to a city like London if you manage with dependencies on the technology as well. So on other hand, like the risks are increasing as well. 3 years ago at the same time, I was in Palo Alto. And then if you are in Palo Alto, city of Palo Alto in California, you think that this is actually the Silicon Valley, the most invested environment. It is very posh, it is very green. This is a place where like the most successful startup founders have invested into the public libraries and public parks. They are fascinating. At the same time, several times, I lost connection to electricity. I lost connection to internet. And this is Palo Alto, this is California. Infrastructure, electricity infrastructure is quite weak. And also internet infrastructure wasn't that good, to be honest, compared to what we have here. And obviously there was more nature-related challenges as well, flooding and storm and so on. On the other hand, even without traffic lights in Palo Alto and cities around, small ones, there wasn't any real effect. Obviously, people were chatting about it, but this is a village by size. And for a village, you don't need the traffic lights and technology. Whereas if you go to London, everybody that has been there or lived there know that even if it's a rumor that there will be snow in London, everybody's afraid. The city just is so dependent, and the infrastructure and the volume is so much different, and that is definitely something to be considered. And then also I think we come to the point that to what level we can anticipate, estimate the things that are happening, and to what level we cannot. And I think the true answer is that nobody knows. There are trends, there are things going on, but in a way managing resilience and managing people within resilience, within the cities, is managing uncertainty. That doesn't mean that it's not possible to be prepared. This is the opposite. But maybe the preparation is not coming directly planning for the historical challenges only, but we have to learn from Valencia, we have to learn from Kiev, we have to learn from everybody, we have to learn from other cities. But on the other hand, I think this essentially comes to the capabilities of people, capabilities of cities as institutions, but also capabilities of everybody within the city as environment who are operating. And this makes it more resilient and stronger. And I think also that was very, very nicely mentioned that it is not only human beings aging in the city environment. It is also the city infrastructure, constantly aging in minute by minute. And that means that all cities are under constant rebuilding that never ends. And that is like a challenge from all kind of way where we talk about buildings or roads, but this is the kind of dynamic component of that. It will never be ready. And if you are a child and you like to play with Legos, you think that once I build my city, this is ready in the city, whether it's Tallinn or London or Valencia or Kiev or Oslo, like it never, or Helsinki, it never be ready. And this is the kind of logic. I think also like another key point to take away is that first of all, data is not intelligence. It's very important. That very often it is assumed that there's a linear path, that more data, better intelligence. Better data, better intelligence. Of course, you need better data. On the other hand, it's also important to say that without data, there's no intelligence. So this works. Like you cannot have intelligence if you don't have data, but data doesn't lead automatically to intelligence. And what also came out from a kind of human or this body perspective is that and then also we have been looking a bit into the city dashboards and so on, and there were like very good examples as well. That very often like actual getting people physically online, virtually, into the same space, talking about challenges is more effective, more important than those dashboards. To make sense of the challenges we have. And I think also like what I liked constantly as well that went through is cybersecurity and fake news. This is like, and then like I think this, especially like this part of Europe as well, that Baltic states, Finland have been under constant cyber attack, and sometimes this is IT related. This today, there was a message out that if you go to the governmental websites in Estonia and you are asked about you are not a robot test, this is hacked. Don't do it. There was like a colleague send it out to everybody. But this is what is happening on every day. But even more importantly, the challenge is with fake news. Like this can be positive side, as we saw with the case of Helsinki as well, used for the for a better kind of crisis management scenarios. But in the case of this constant cyber attack, and we know where it's coming from, or we assume where it's coming from, fake news are influencing people in Tallinn like in a systematic way, because my own experience has been that as a parent, I have received a message that in the school my daughter goes to, next day somebody will be killed. And this is the actual message that comes to you as a parent. And then what happens is that many parents just don't send their children to that school. But that went to many schools, and then police sent out the counter message that most likely nobody cannot be killed, but this was the kind of a spread. It spread it very quickly. And then a couple of years ago, the same was with kindergartens. That most kindergartens in Tallinn received bomb warnings. And the same happened that many parents didn't take their children to kindergarten. And this is the goal is actually to push and disrupt the society and spread this fake news. The goal is not to have any like it's going step by step, so to say. Okay, as said, I can go forever. I have already used 1 more minute when I wanted to. But I'll come to the thank you side, because first of all, I want to thank audience. I want to thank audience here, but I also want to thank audience online, because we have many people joining in online. And I also want to specifically thank everybody that traveled further than from Tallinn, whether it's Helsinki or Tartu or wherever you have come from. This is very, very much appreciated, and we really like this part. And the reason why we want to thank you coming from outside is that we had so many questions from audience. If you have audience only locally from Estonia, we don't have a culture of asking many questions. Asking a question is something that you have to have a really proper good question, otherwise you don't ask it. So this is what Estonians do. On the other hand, we had so much discussion, so much debate, and so on. And I also want to thank, as I said, I have been hands-off from organizing it, but I want to thank our own internal team for organizing it, starting with Reili, Anne, and Katlin for putting it together, and then also going to many people that have joined it, helping to organize it. Who I can see here, like Silla and Luisa and Lita and Henry and Külle. And I'm taking a risky move here, because usually if I'm naming people specifically from my own team, I'm always forgetting somebody that is actually the most important. Sorry for that. So I wanted to mention you as well, but I'm on stage and I can sometimes make mistakes. And then the party is not over. We will have some networking. I don't know how it's as a format, but I assume that there's some cocktails and some fun. And I really hope that you can join. Sorry, online. This is probably only here, I assume. And then there's also an event tomorrow co-hosted with City of Tallinn. If you don't know what it is, but if you're here and want to learn more what City of Tallinn is doing and what we are doing with our piloting program as a Finesse Center, this is an invitation to you. There are still possibilities to join. If you want to join, if you have some questions, then you can go to Külle here in front. And if you want to have a calendar invitation, either online or on spot, just write, I was told, info@finessecenter.eu. Or go to Külle or myself or somebody with that and say, okay, but I think that's all. I will give it back to Silver and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Ralf, Martin, and indeed thank you to all our speakers and panelists throughout the day. There's a great line attributed to Albert Einstein, who said that the intelligence is measured by the ability to change. So perhaps the cities should also be measured by the ability to change. Hence, it's worth remembering that the future is not simply something that happens to cities. It's something that cities help to create. Thank you indeed everyone here in the audience and also people who watched us online. Before you leave, please to take a moment to share your feedback via Slido. Your input is very valuable, so we'd like to hear. And hopefully see you again next year. And we invite you, as Ralf Martin already said, we invite you to continue the conversation during the networking. Thank you from me again as well. And those who are traveling abroad, have a safe journey and have a good evening. Thank you. Sorry, just one more thing. The networking is in the same place as where the lunch took place, second floor, upstairs. Thank you.